Zaman. The team from Vijana will now display our finalists. Those are the ladies that made it to the finals. I will now pass on the baton to the team of judges. They will guide us on how we'll be going through the finals. Congratulations, and we wish you the very best. Please don't forget, we have awards. So if you need to go back with one of the awards, you need to, that one, eh? Well done.
So what we are going to do, you're going to come, the finalists, and you pick for us to choose how you're going to follow each other. Here. You have 5 minutes to give your speech, just like it has been, and we'll give you 15 minutes to prepare. I hope that's okay. The finalists, where are you? DJ, don't want to give them a song. They are winners. Eh? And let's clap for them, guys. Let's clap for them. All right. So first do like some small juju. Okay. So you will help us write their order. Okay, tell us your speaking order. Prima, number 3. Then Joan. Joan is number 2. Vicky, number 4. Number 1. Okay. I'll have Adson read the motion for the finals.
Thank you, Sabrina. First of all, ladies, congratulations for reaching the final of the track. It has been an incredible privilege to be able to walk the journey with all of you. So for the finals track, this will be the assignment for the public speech final. You can write it if you'd like, but I'll try to repeat as many times as you would like me to. Environmental change as a nexus to women empowerment. Intersecting paths for a sustainable future. We repeat, environmental change as a nexus to women empowerment. Intersecting paths for a sustainable future. You will have 15 minutes of prep time, after which you will present yourselves in your speaking order. Miss Millie Andrea will help us with the timing of the round. You will each have 5 minutes of speaking. And when the round is done, she will alert you when said time is done. Good luck and all the best.
This is still our time, right? So let's hear from you guys. I know most of you are public speakers yourselves, but because you didn't want the attention, you did not participate. So let's assume you did the first round. Actually, we will have Rin give us like a speech, like impromptu. Yeah, we get Rin to give us his impromptu, because you always debate. You should be very, let me give you that topic. These men usually like to run away from women and how women have impacted them. So let me ask you to speak on. I come from a very long line of irresistible women. That's the first line you should start with, and tell us the women who have impacted you. Actually, all the gentlemen in the room are going to do that. Henry, where are you? Henry, you're coming next. Even the photographers. Yes. Rin here. Rin, here, here. Just like how you like to say. Here, here.
I come from a long line of irresistible women. At the start of my career in debating, I think the most important things that always mattered were to think that ultimately men were the pinnacle of maybe debating excellence. From that year, a couple of things got to change. Well, it was a surprise to me to find a woman well composed in terms of how she spoke. The ability to relent speeches with rhetoric and persuasion. To the best of it, Ivy Denise. She is a woman who had the ability to beat men in their rooms, making finals of almost what seemed impossible tournaments. I think I know an irresistible woman.
Thank you so much, Rin, for that. Guys, then we have an irresistible woman here in the room. Let's clap for that. Blair, now, I come from a long line of irresistible women. What? And my heart now says you're the one to come next.
Hi, guys. Good morning and congratulations to making it to the final day of Elle Parle. Super proud, super ambushed. Okay. So it's interesting how men like Shaggy sing about the strength of a woman. There's a lot that goes on in the composition of song. There's a lot that goes on in thought process about what constitutes, the lyrics. But there's little that is really known, or there's little that is celebrated about the actualities of what informed the song. So I'll tell you something about Shaggy. From the deep terrains of Jamaica, nothing known about women's contribution to music. There's not so much that is actually celebrated about the legends of Jamaica that are female. But this is not just about Jamaica. This is what the world has been about. How we have resisted, how we have ignored, how we have, in very many ways, downplayed how much the women shape each and everything that we do. Until those that are men get to actually step up and explain that there would be nothing except if the women decided that there would be. So it would be so much shocking that Shaggy's songs, of all the topics that is sung about women, which all centered about how much he loved them, or how much he loved to sleep with them, or how much he really enjoyed the look of the shapes of these women, he decides that his number one top song forever will be the strength of a woman. For me, this, in very many ways, defines the career of a strong man. For me, a reggae master, someone who I celebrate to be one of those that have shaped the music industry since then to date, and even in the future. So the strength of a woman. in that it's just the irresistible shaping, the irresistible nurturing of humankind. For us, what we need to pick away from that is that we should, number one, if we choose to debate, speak about the strength of a woman. How resistible have the women been in our lives? How have actually women shaped debate in this country? How have they made sure that regardless of the much suppression, regardless of all the suffering, regardless of how much the erasure has happened in history, they always stand out? Today is a perfect example of how irresistible that shaping can be. That regardless of whatever the history will say about women, Elle Parle will happen. That regardless of how much suppression might be on the streets, regardless of how much silencing of the voices will happen, women will always say what they have to say. So irresistible, the resistibility of women should not be seen from they fighting to be heard alone, but also they celebrating the journey. And for me, the most impactful part of that entire journey is when they convene and allow us or challenge us to say how irresistible they've been in our lives. Thank you.
Doesn't sound like he was super ambushed, like he said. Anyone else who wants to give us a speech on that topic? Someone? We have someone. We have a lady. Who? You? It looks like it's you. What? To irresistible men? No, not today. You'll get your day. Adson, how long do we have? 6 more minutes? Okay. Who do I ambush now? Emma? Emma is looking so busy. Yeah? Hey, oh, okay, perfect. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, we even love you who has just come in. That's even more interesting. Here. How does Rin say it? Here. Let me talk to my cameraman. Tell us about women that have impacted your life. Not you now, eh? He has thought about it and he's like, no, I'm coming to you next. I'll hold the microphone for you.
Okay. For me, when it comes to women, my superhero is my mom. Yeah, she laid herself there for us and everything to reach this age where we are, what we have achieved in life. It has all been that journey. Our mom.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for him, guys. Oh, the DJs. These ones meet so many women. Let's hear from them what they think. DJ number 1. Tell us your stage name, though. DJ what? Oh, DJ T. Guys, let's listen in from DJ T.
The women in our lives determine our destinations. They guide us in paths where our eyes cannot fathom the intents of our hearts. They come carelessly, wondering, could he be the one? But as they step in the darkness of our hearts, they bring out the sunshine. that causes our mountains to erupt with bountifully with love. Our hard-rocked hearts melt like volcanoes. When I see a woman, I die within. That's God's greatest creation, is a woman.
Let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. Thank you so much. DJ number 2. He's looking so serious, like I'm going to let him go. Your stage name?
I love women.
He loves women. Adson, are we 1 minute? Judges. 1 or 2? Oh, okay. Yes. Oh my God, yes. He always, Kato. Kato is going to tell us about women that have impacted his life, as I call the public speakers to come in.
Is it afternoon yet? Good morning, everyone. My name is Festo Kato. What was the topic? I come from a long line of irresistible women. My great-grandmother is the firstborn. From both ends, maternal and paternal, they are both firstborns. Surprisingly, my father is also a firstborn, but also decided to marry a firstborn for my mother. I'm a first and secondborn. I had to come out with a sister to be a firstborn. These are the women that have defined my life, very strong women, and from them I learned to be resilient. Every time I go to sleep, I have to appreciate those that have come before their brothers, for after them we learn to be young men. So it is the line of those women that have looked after their younger ones, because they came as firstborns, that we also learn to be strong. We watch them, we imitate them, and we also love to appreciate those women we later meet in our lives. I come from a long, strong line of women. Thank you. Who's in charge of the microphone?
Chiza, we will have Chiza, who is coming first, and then Joan will be following Chiza.
Good afternoon. Environmental change as a nexus to women empowerment, intersecting paths for a sustainable future.
So when you are left with about 5 seconds, I'll just raise my hands and run them down. So you can start in 3, 2, 1, go.
When we look at environmental change and women empowerment, we may all think these are two distinct things or aspects. As we gather today, we should all know that there is a connection between the two. Just look at the African tradition. We've had women engaged in various activities. Women have engaged themselves in farming, agriculture, and that is the position we've known women for. It's the women that go to the garden. It's the women that are meant to ensure that actually we have something at home to take care of the home and have something on table. But again, when we see climate change comes in and it has various effects on women. And I want us to know that when you look at climate change, it affects women in various circumstances. But however, women are sometimes ignored, and we do not mind if they are affected in any way or not. As we gather today, we need to know that just as we know women in that position of looking at agriculture, farming, and all that, so I agree that climate change affects them. And if it affects them, what happens? How about if we bring these women on board? Instead of neglecting them, putting them aside, let it be decision making. If it is decision making, let's put them on board. How? How about if we increase the representation of women? I can tell you, when you look at climate change and women, women are highly affected. And if you do not bring them on board, what will happen? What will happen? So we need to put that at the back of our minds. In case of decision making, how about if we put them on board? I can tell you, the person who is mainly affected by a problem is the very person that can easily know how to come up with solutions to that particular problem. My appeal today, as we are all gathered, ladies and gentlemen, how about we shouldn't just focus on women empowerment and climate change as two distinct things. Let us put the two together so as to create a sustainable future. Thank you.
Could you help us call Joan in? John, you have 5 minutes, and Judge Atwine will let you know when you can start.
Okay, Joan. On the assumption that you'll use all your time, when you're left with 5 seconds, I'll just raise my hand and I run those 5 seconds down. So just take note of that. So in 3, 2, 1, you can begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy to speak at a topic that is so deep at my heart, and of course, a topic that is so crucial for our environment and development. First of all, as a woman, I have a question to ask you. How many of you are aware of the impact a woman contributes to the society or our environment? For example, our water, forests, and more so. Let me tell you, when I was growing up back in primary 5, I remember in the deep hills of Kabale district, my mother used to tell me to go to a forest to fetch firewood. And then we used to find some other girls and boys fetching firewood. But then you would reach and find trees are not even having the firewood you want. And certainly, you had to take something home. We used to go and fetch water to use at home and do some other activities. It was a mother sending us to do all that. If I may say, I hate it when I see people say a woman is a nuisance to the environment. Because these people want to assume that a man is everything and a man is always at the top. But men today, let me tell you, it really hurts when you feel like a woman has no position in the society, yet you are dying of depression because you fear to tell them you need help. And you think, well, you can do it all. No. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to inform you that a woman is at the forefront of our society, its growth, and the whole nation. I would like to actually inform you that we have a lot to do for these women. We have to look at how can we involve our women in society development. We cannot develop when we are carrying out deforestation, when we are dumping every nuisance in our society, certainly polythene bags. And remember, women are the people that are using these polythene bags at home. We have to look at a way to educate our women and empower them to be at the forefront so that they can also contribute something. There is no way I would have come at Elle Parle if I was not empowered to come, if I was not given a chance to come. Organizations like the Girl Up Initiative or the Green Belt in Kenya should be given attention when we are looking at our environment. Why? Because women, they are from different societies and they know what it means by the society. So please, today, my one thing is, I kindly remind men that a woman will stop that depression in you that makes you fear to say that, you know what? I cannot pay for water. Look, I'm here because I'm in school, so that means I will get a job and I will be able to earn. How about if I pay that bill? I remember my uncle died when I was in primary 6 because he was depressed. He had a loan in bank, and then he felt the wife and the children had not to know about it because he wanted them to live happily. But look, they are never happy. They lost a father. May his soul rest in peace. So therefore, today I stand in front of you not to be looked at as a beautiful woman, nor as someone who is seeking attention, so that all women here can be given a platform, or let our women's cycles be given platform to talk about things like our environment, and let us be empowered to look at our environment together. Man, woman, gay or normal, we contribute to the society. Thank you.
Let's have Prima. We have Prima coming up next. Guys, let's cheer her.
I decided last week that if I made it to the finals, I would definitely talk about my grandmother, Omulongo Nakato. She called me last week and she said, I feel something good coming. I'm sending you some money so you can buy something to wear. And so I'm wearing what I'm wearing today, courtesy of my grandmother. And this is really an ode to women like her. And so when the theme was announced that we were going to do an Ankara sort of theme, I said, well, why not? I might as well honor my grandmother like this. And this story is particularly important because just like me, I know that there are women who profoundly speak in your life because when the divine feminine speaks, the world listens. Like you, I know that many things would not be moving in your life if it was not for a woman who spoke casually into your life. Women have the single most ability to significantly hold magic in their hands that is usually very easily overlooked. You see, currently, the rise of single mothers means there are more women on the streets who are hawking food in buveras, and no one ever sits to calculate how much that could affect the environment. But you see, it has also been discovered that currently women make up about nearly half of the agricultural labor force, especially in developing countries. It's also been found that when women are given the same resources to work on the environment, they increase the agriculture yields by about 20 to 30% more than men do. Because again, you see, women have the profound ability to hold magic in their hands. And because when the divine feminine speaks, the world must listen. And perhaps the most important question we would be asking ourselves is why then include women in conversations about the environment? This question is particularly interesting because every time that a woman is left behind, a certain portion of the progress would have made is equally left behind. And so we stand here to question ourselves about the necessity of adding women into the conversation, or should even policies be made specifically that cater for women and their impact, or could this even affect women empowerment? And I think that the question really is in the negative. Because you see, the single most trivial actions that women make every day, single most actions and sacrifices of women waking up every day to go to the markets, but they know nothing about disposal of the food that they are selling in the markets, how that could affect the environment. That ignorance that looks minimal is the same ignorance that is going to be used to dump recklessly, and no one will ever question why then should we educate women in a special way, or how could we even empower them to maybe heal the world. You see, women, just like Earth, and I think why they are very important, we have the ability to birth life, and I think that's a very special connection we have with Earth. We have the single ability to heal ourselves, and the single most ability to heal those around us, whether they know it or not. I think that just like life, I think just like Earth gives us food, women have that single most connection that they only can understand. And it's particularly, again, interesting because women, just like the Earth, have the ability to sustain life. And so perhaps while we argue about whether women should be included, whether it's a bad thing or a bad choice to make maybe policies that are specifically targeted to women, maybe we could also interrogate how many small businesses are being run by women and how that affects the environment. And so this is a point of reflection, perhaps, of women in your life like my grandmother, who work with intuition, who work with, I think something good is coming, who work with, you might as well buy yourself something good. I think intuition is so powerful for women. I think women have the single most ability to foresee the future. And because of that, they must be included because they know where the world is going. They do. You see, our decisions as women are very calculative. We don't just decide, right? And so if you empower them with the knowledge of how their actions impact the environment, you don't know how much decisions that are going to be made that will be cautious, because just like Earth, women know how to keep life. Women know how to heal life, and women know how to sustain life. Again, I know there are women, and it will not always happen with men, but there are women in your life that will speak so profoundly that you must stop and listen. Wangari Maathai said that she doesn't know if she can do so much, but she can plant a tree. And that's really revolutionary how women are. Because when the divine feminine speaks, the world must keep quiet and listen. Thank you.
We'll have a last speaker, Vicky. Vicky, we have you coming up next. Okay. So Vicky, you have 5 minutes, just like everyone else did. And Judge Atwine will let you know when you can start.
Environmental change as a nexus to women empowerment, intersecting path for a sustainable future. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've been looking at it in this circumstance. I take an example. Initially, in the Asian society, we considered nature. And what did we consider nature? We thought maybe nature was Mother Nature. And this is how we looked at it. When you lost someone was buried down in the soil. It was a saddening moment. When we cried, we wailed and we bowed down and cried, the earth embraced us. Every time we were lost, we needed food to eat. We went to the environment, we dug, we received food. We were satisfied. We were happy. It was a happy environment. But unfortunately, everything changed. And today, the environment turned against every one of us. But that doesn't refute the fact that the environment and the nature still holds the title that it's the Mother Nature. It still will embrace us and hold us. It's the aspect of calling it the Mother Nature that still rings in my mind. That means it holds a feminine aspect of it, an aspect of feminism that has been ignored over time. And today we are here to talk about it. It is argued that, well, a woman has nothing to add into this society. Well, a woman's place is in the garden. And, well, the statistics in Uganda, what do they tell us? That the majority of our economy runs on agriculture. But then we ask ourselves, really, does it run on agriculture as an informal being when you are paying taxes day and night to run on an economy that is informal? And then they will tell you that the women are the majority people farming. What does that mean? We women are really impacting big in this society. But then, as I said, the environment has turned against us. Unfortunately, I have a very sad story to say because I always base them on my personal experiences. In 2010, whoever heard about the Bududa landslide, I'm from the Bugisu sub-region. I had a sister in 2009 that decided she did not need the value of education, so she would go and get married. Every day she called me, I'm in a relationship. Things are not working out. My husband has sent me out of a farming space. I have nothing to feed to my children. As a teenager as I was at that moment, I tried as much to sustain her, but I couldn't because my limits were, I really had so many limits. Then all of a sudden in 2010, she gave birth, and she tells me I have given birth, but I can't access the health centers because the roads are too bad. The rain is too heavy. We cannot be able to survive anymore. The crops are dying. So I asked myself, how will I be able to help her? I'm unable in all my circumstances. In 2010, she called me that she could not access a health center. And guess what happened? She died. She leaves behind a child of 4 months. How is she going to survive? I'm a teenager. My mom is also in an informal sector. What are we going to do about it? So this was the question I told to myself. No. If she had understood her rights, if she had been educated that Bududa was not a place for her to stay, the environment was so bad that she would die, that the landslides would take her, that her home would be destroyed, that she would have no agricultural space. What would that mean? She would be informed, move out of the very bad situation that she would. Government was relocating them to Manafa. Why didn't she go to Manafa? I asked myself. What was so bad about it? Her husband battered her every day because the rains fell and she was unable to make a living for her family because the crops were all destroyed. I said the husband was so ignorant. Why could he have done that? I was so bitter. I got on the bus. I drove. I went to Elgon sub-region. I got him out of the house. Well, you don't want to know the circumstances of what happened. But at the end of it all, I just picked the child. I took the child home, 4 months, had nothing to feed because the environment has refused to survive with her. And so she has to survive. I took her to my mom and her mom, here is our product. We have to take care of her. Today, I want to tell you proudly that Charity is in senior 1 and she is doing very well. But I kept on telling her that, Charity, I will not tell you the history of where you are, but the environment is where you sustain a living from. Therefore, whenever you see a session concerning environment, engage yourself, because our background, this is where we come from. Every time you advocate and grow up, talk about it. Be a political changer. Occupy political spaces where you're going to advocate and legislate policies that are going to be able to help you, probably help the generation to come, to better the environment that is around them. The next thing I told her, no. Ever if you get into an economy, oh, so sorry. Thank you so much.
Speech finals, the judges will go and deliberate, and hopefully you get the results anytime from now. Thank you so much for listening in, and thank you to the speakers. Let's give them a thunderous hand clap. Peter, the microphone is now yours.
A round of applause for our finalists. You can do better than that, please. You can do better than that. Please clap for our judges too as they make their way out to deliberate. In case you just joined us and you're wondering where we are, we're at Fairway Hotel. Hey, I just needed to remind some of us. You might be here and you get summoned. You forget that we're at Fairway. So we're at Fairway Hotel. And this is the Elle Parle Women's Open Grand Finale. Thank you very much for taking off your time, your very busy schedules, and accepting to be here to attend this event. What you've just witnessed are some of the classical speeches you'll ever hear in your lifetime. These two ladies are in class. Please, the way they clap, I need you to match up. Please, please, guys, let's go. Please clap for. I already said those ladies are not using our Wi-Fi password. In case you've just gotten here, those ladies are using their monthly data bundles. So this side, I think we're still using Wi-Fi passwords. Yeah. So feel free to, in case you're running out of data, your friend is not yet here, or you need to also text a colleague, and let them know that you're at Fairway. You need to tweet, we have secured you Wi-Fi, and it is very fast, very, very fast. So thank you. We've just had our public speaking track. I will now, next on our program, in case, again, you just joined us, we've had our public speaking track. We're now getting in for the grand, somebody say the grand final debate. These people at the front are in class. Somebody say the grand finale debate. Drum rolls, drum rolls, drum rolls, drum rolls. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. These two ladies are going to earn gifts from me before we leave. I can assure you. Yeah, I think because some of them have been traveling a lot, I'll probably award air tickets. I would like in a special way to recognize the following people. Team from Action Aid. Team from Action Aid, please clap for them. Ivan has been here, but he just stepped out. Ivan from Action. Oh, yeah, right there. Yes, that gentleman, Action Aid. Please clap for Action Aid, Banange. when I get a job in Action Aid, I remember people who clapped for us. And those who didn't clap for us, I'll ensure that you don't see the gates of Action Aid. Oh yes, very, very important. Very, 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 very important. I would like to recognize also a very good friend of mine who, when I was even still at high school, I looked up to her. I still do. Yeah. That's a very interesting question. Yes. But don't ask how old am I, then you look at her age. Don't do that. She's still very young. Very, very young. Extremely. Yeah. And she's been very pivotal in amplifying women voices. She's very knowledgeable. Yeah. She's very humble. Yeah. Even in her witness, a level of having. Mind there are people who are very knowledgeable and then they're just show-offs. They want to be seen. Really, these ladies have issues with you. You need to recall the music you played in that prep room. So I would like to recognize, please clap for this lady. She'll be speaking to us a little later. Miss Jamila Mayanja. If you go to the church, there are pastors who say, "Achitegede kubirachi." So Jamila, how many of us have seen Jamila? She's somewhere there. Jamila, please wave to us. That's Jamila, guys. Please clap for Jamila one more time. Jamila will be part of our panel that will be dissecting the topic that we've already shared a little earlier. And she'll be sharing with us her knowledge, her experiences, and her contribution that she continues to pour out. There are people who have a lot, but they don't pour out. And Jamila has been very generous with that. Thank you so much, Jamila. I would also like to recognize the team from DSU. DSU is the Debate Society Uganda. My very good friend, I don't know if he's now senior counsel. He's still a young lawyer. Senior counsel. Young Kampala lawyer. But a very good man. Very, very good man. Michael Ntambi Blair. Please clap for. He's representing the team from Debate Society Uganda. Debate Society Uganda is the premium body. If you've not been part of DSU, you have not started debating. It's the premium debate body. So if you're not yet part of DSU, you've not started debate. Writing our world. I am going to come to them. I'm going to come to them. Okay, so that's it. I will now, somebody say finalists. Yes, so we had different people go through different rounds. The CA will talk about that. But I would like now to read to us the judges for the finals. These people have demonstrated not just knowledge, but also prowess. They are very intelligent. So I will make mention of your name, and then you come and take up your seat. Our panel is constituted of 6 members, and we'll have just one extra person who will be timekeeping for this round or the final. And our panel will be constituted of the following people. If I do make mention of your name, please clap for these people. But before I do that, I've been requested by the chief adjudicator of the debating track to make mention of this lady who has not been able to join us. She's been the deputy chief adjudicator. I will just read to us her CV and a few things that she has done. And at the very tail end, you will clap for her. Please, in her absentia, please clap for Rachel Tafumba. Yes, Rachel Tafumba, wherever you're watching us from, Rachel Tafumba is a lawyer. She's presently taking on her postgraduate in legal practice at the Law Development Center. She has been able to coach and debate and judge all the way from 2017. She has also won various tournaments from the World Schools in Karlpopa debate, where she took part in that tournament. She was also been able to participate at Elle Parle, the very first edition of Elle Parle, where she came as the first runners-up. And she also debated in the last edition of Haladari Women's Open in the semifinals. And most recently, she is the reigning champion of the Elle Parle Women's Open. Please clap for Rachel Tafumba in her absentia. And she was definitely super excited when we extended our invitation that she should be a deputy chief adjudicator for this tournament. So we want to thank you, Rachel, even when you're not here, for your contribution in the public speaking track. These are the judges who will be judging the finals. And the first gentleman is Mr. Atwine Mukama Tayebwa. Please clap for Tayebwa. Tayebwa is not here, but I know he will be joining us shortly. I would like to, in case you're wondering, these people who are judging us, they are very illustrious people. So this is Tayebwa's profile, but in just bits, yeah? So Tayebwa is a microbiologist at the National Tuberculosis. Yeah, that is the way they wrote here. Reference Laboratory. He was also the debate, his profile for the debate, he was a vice council director, Makere Debate Union. Please, members of the Makere Debate Union. That is one of the prestigious debate unions in this country. I hope I get paid for that, Kalango. Okay. He's the director. He was also director of finance at the Makere Debate Union. He was the first runners-up of the rule of law inter-university debate. Yes, in 2020. He was a semi-finalist at the 2018 rule of law. 2018. You clap, eh? He has also participated at the East African debates in 2018, where he was a semi-finalist. He was a first runners-up in 2016 at NDC Western Region. Please clap for Tayebwa. He's a serious man. He was also a semi-finalist in 2016 at the Olympia debates. He was the 9th best oralist of the rule of law debate in 2020. And he was also the best debater of the year in 2016 at Mbara High School. Please clap for Atwine Mukama Tayebwa. Very serious man. Okay. I will now go to the other judge who will be judging the finals. The other judge is Miss Nabimanya Diana. Please clap for Miss. Are you still Miss? Last I checked, you were Miss. I don't know. Diana, please wave to the audience. That's Diana. Diana has participated in a number of tournaments. She was at the National Schools Debate. She was the winner of the National Schools Debate Championship. She was a runners-up for the Siatini Debate University Debates. And also in her docket, in her judging docket, she has been a judge at the UDN. I was about to say UN. May you judge at the UN. She has also been a quarter finalist at the Constitutional and Governance Debate. That is Miss Nabimanya. Miss Nabimanya is also a member of a number of debate platforms where she continues to serve. Thank you very much. The next judge is Adson Ethan Musime. Please clap for Adson Ethan Musime. Okay, I'm trying to find Ethan's CV. It's very long, eh? Man is very knowledgeable in debate. But as I do that, I would like to So, okay. Let me just read for Rin. Rin will also be part of the finals judges as a timekeeping judge. Rin is a telecommunications graduate. Please clap for Rin. Now I know why Discord was not a problem. Now I know why Discord was not a problem. He is freely accessible at the hub for budding orators. Is that it? Debate Foster. Please clap for Rin. Wonderful. Yeah, so for now 5 years into civic 5 years, civic years of debate. Yes. That's English. Please clap for Rin. People who are not. Rin has also been chair of the African Debate Nationals Debate League. He has also been invited to judge at the Australia National University Spring Open. Please clap for Rin. You can see, experience is what we're having here. And this year, please, this year, Rin will grace. He has graced us with his presence. Rin this year will grace his presence at the Nationals, the National Schools Debate Championship, as the chief adjudicator. Rin, we're not worthy to be in your presence, but we are grateful that you have accorded us time to be with us this afternoon. The other judge that we'll have on the panel is a lady that I am very excited to introduce to us. She came from, how many of us know the Hakuna Matata land? East Africa, East African community. Hakuna Matata? The people who are only talking are the ones who travel. This is her CV. She has debated at the Mashuja schools. She has been the chief adjudicator 2024, Strathmore University. She has been at the East African World School Championship as the deputy chief adjudicator, Arusha 2023. She has been at the Athena Women's Open, CA 2023. She has been the second best adjudicator at Olympia Invitational, Cavendish University. She was also the best adjudicator at the Mashuja 10th edition, Strathmore University. And this is her speaking track. She has been a semi-finalist at the International Women's Debate Open 2024. She was a runners-up at the Elle Parle Top 10 Speakers 2023. She was a quarter-finalist at the PAUDC Strathmore University 2022. She also won the Sportsmanship Award Africa Top Universities 2022. And in terms of organization like this, because we are calling upon experience, she has also been part of organizing the East African Universities Debate Championship in 2024. She is the convener. Please clap for, continue clapping. She has organized the Nairobi Opens, the first to the third edition, even this year's 2023-2024. She has also been part of the Oxford Cambridge High School Championships 2023 in organizing them. Please clap for her. She's been part of organizing the insurance debates that happened in Nairobi, Kenya in 2022. She has also been part of organizing the International Women's Debate Open, Discord 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, fresher Diana, all the way from Nairobi, Kenya. Fresher will be joining the team, and she's been our deputy chief adjudicator for this year's tournament. Please clap for Fresher. Thank you very much, Diana, for accepting our invitation and being here with us. Finally, somebody say CA. Somebody say CA. Our deputy chief adjudicator has been part of a number of tournaments. She presently serves at the Debate Society Uganda, the premium debating body in Uganda. Yeah. She has been a DCA at the Kampala Debate Series. She's been a DCA at the Elle Parle 2023. She's been at the PAUDC 2020. She was the best adjudicator. She has been a judge at the Siatini. She has been a judge at the Pre-Olympia 2020. You're not clapping for our chief adjudicator members. I might not get paid. I might not get paid. You're coming. Pre-Olympia 2021 to 2022. She has been at the Uhuru Worlds in 2021. She has also judged at UDN from 2020 to 2022. And this is her speaking track, which is very, very illustrious. She was a quarter finalist at the PAUDC 2019 in Ghana. Hey, we are bringing all the way from the world. She was the best female speaker at Siatini in 2019. She was the first runners-up at UDN in 2019. She was the second runner-up best speaker at UDN 2019. She was the first runners-up for the COVID Debate Open in 2020. Even in COVID, we were debating, guys. We're not wasting time. She was a semi-finalist at in 2019. She was a semi-finalist at Siatini Debates in 2019. Please clap for our CA. She was also at Haladari Open in Nairobi in 2019. She has spoken at that tournament. Please clap for our chief adjudicator for this tournament, and that is none other than Michelle Mawanda. Wow, wow. Well done, well done, well done. I will now invite the team that have just read to us. Please take up your seats. Starting with our chief adjudicator. Our chief adjudicator, who is Michelle Mawanda. Please clap for the team that will be adjudicating the finals. Fresher Diana, please make your way here. Tayebwa, please make your way here. Nabimanya Diana, please take up your seat. We are kickstarting Adson Musime, and Rin. Rin, quickly. All right. The chief adjudicator will announce the teams that have made it to the finals. I don't know who has taken our. Okay, as we wait for the chief, yes, is our chief adjudicator here? All right, Madam CA, we'll request you that you now make your way here and announce to us the teams that have made it to the finals. The teams that have made it to the finals, and then the instructions or the housekeeping rules for the finals. Before we kickstart our finals, in case you've just joined us, this is the Elle Parle Women's Open final, and we would like to, in a special way, warmly welcome you for this event. I would like to recognize people who have just joined us. Sarah from Mempro, please. Yes, please wave to us. Thank you very much. Please clap for Sarah. I will later on tell you about the illustrious nature of Sarah. We've also been joined by my good friend and brother, Mr. Andrew Chamagero. Please wave to us. Thank you very much. And we've also been joined by my big sister, mentor, and friend, Miss Isabella Akiteng. Please clap for Isabella. Ivan, I had recognized you, but you were outside the room. Please clap for Ivan. That is Ivan. Ivan is from Action Aid. I've already told you that if I get a job in Action Aid, those of you who are not clapping for Action Aid, I'll make sure that we don't come back again, right? Don't we have a deal, Ivan? We have almost. Yeah, I need to get very convincing. So welcome with me the chief adjudicator, Michelle Mawanda, who will read to us the teams that have made it to the final. You're about to witness something you've never seen in your lives. So if you've heard about this thing called public speaking and debate, you're about to witness it.
Good afternoon, everyone. You're almost welcome to the grand finale of Elle Parle 2024. My name is Michelle Mawanda. I have been chief adjudicator for this tournament, and I'm so excited and happy to see all of you here. I recognize all the protocol, our partners, our sponsors, the judges, the participants, and everyone who's here. Thank you so much for coming and making it to the event today. In this tournament, we had a total of 16 teams that participated, and we had 5 preliminary rounds. And out of those 5, we have been able to narrow it down to the top 4 teams that you're going to be seeing here shortly. These are people who have been able to make it to the finals for today. However, I want to thank all of you, all the participants who took part in Elle Parle. Thank you so much for giving us a very spirited show, for giving us very interesting debates, and we're so happy that you decided to sign up for the tournament this year. Before I announce the breaking teams, we also had some swing teams, and they're also part of the break, so I'll just be giving honorary mentions to them. They are not eligible to come for the finals, but they did well, and that is why we had some teams being pushed up to the final, because now the swing teams could not break. So breaking in position 1 was team Robina Nabanja with 13 points and 737 speaker points. Team Robina Nabanja, please make your way to the Prima and your teammate. Guys, be proud. You broke fast. This is a big achievement. Drum rolls. Let's clap for them until they get here. Denise, please hurry. Congratulations, Team Robina Nabanja. Coming in position 2, which was a team that was ineligible to break because it was a swing team, is Team Anna Juko with 11 points. That's Cynthia. With 11 points and 737 speaker points. Congratulations to you. Thank you so much for taking part in the tournament. In position 3, still ineligible to break, is Team Masi Munduru, Michelle Wangari, and her teammate. Congratulations. Thank you so much for taking part of the tournament and giving us very amazing debates. They still had 11 points and 599 speaker points. Congratulations. Let's clap for them in absentia. In number 4, still ineligible to break, is a gentleman who also doubled as a tab master, Mr. Rin. Congratulations. Thank you so much for taking part of the debate and always being available on call to fill in whenever people are unavailable. to join us or having challenges with this squad. Now, the second team coming to today's grand finale, drum rolls, with 9 points and 726 speaker points is Team Akiteng Isabella. Very proud because Isabella is here with us. The stakes are very high because today you're representing Isabella. And that's not a threat, but congratulations to Team Akiteng Isabella. Breaking in position 3 with 7 points and 708 speaker points is Team Patricia Baviha. Team Patricia Baviha, congratulations, you're breaking third. This is the third team on our finals today. And the last, but definitely not the least, it could go either way after the round we're going to have. Team breaking in 4th position and the 4th team joining our final today. Drum rolls. Is the 4th team on the final today is Team Prima Kwagala. Team Prima Kwagala, congratulations to you. So these are the 4 teams that are going to be breaking to that have broken to the final. Kindly move forward so that you could choose your speaking positions. Kindly move to the table. You're going to move to the judges table, and a representative from all the teams, kindly move to the judges table. And you're going to be choosing the positions that you shall argue at the finals today. We are going to be having 15 minutes of prep time, as we have been doing, and 7 minutes of speaking. So each of you is going to have 7 minutes, like we have done in the preliminaries. Kindly move forward. A representative from each of the teams, kindly move forward and get your speaking positions for today. Congratulations again. Congratulations for making it to the finals of Elle Parle 2024. So we're going to have the DCA fresher read the motion for the grand final of Elle Parle. Which team is going to be arguing opening government? Team name? Prima. Team Prima Kwagala is opening government. Opening opposition? Team Patricia Babiha, opening opposition. Closing government? Oh, closing government is Team Robinana Banja. And closing opposition is Team Isabella Akiteng. It is 46 minutes past midday. The motion.
This motion has an info slide, so pay attention. The info slide reads, it will be displayed, so don't worry. Yes. The info slide reads, ecocide is the intentional mass destruction of flora and fauna or poisoning of atmospheric air, water resources, or committing other deliberate actions capable of causing ecological disaster. I repeat, ecocide is the intentional mass destruction of the flora and fauna or poisoning of the atmospheric air or water resources or committing other deliberate actions capable of causing an ecological disaster. The time is 12:47. The motion, the round begins at promptly 13:03. The motion reads, given the means exist, this House supports the establishment of an international court to prosecute ecocide crimes. I repeat, given the means exist, this House supports the establishment of an international court to prosecute ecocide crimes. All the best.
Okay, I've also shared it in the speakers group. Kindly feel free to step out and prep. So as we wait for the debaters to come back, I would like to recognize our CAP members, Fresha and Rachel. Fresha came all the way from Kenya to join us. We are so grateful for the dedication. Rachel has been unable to join us today because she's sick, but she's currently at LDC pursuing her postgraduate in legal practice. She would have loved to be here, but she has not been able to make it because she's sick. The theme for this year's Elle Parle has been Sonkofa, the power of the affirming inner voice. We are very grateful to the organizers for giving us this theme because it comes very timely in a world where we have so much exposure, so much media, and so many people having all the kinds of opinion about things. It is important for you to find your voice, to find your rooting, to know who you are so that you don't have the world defining that person for you, right? So during the course of this tournament, we had 5 preliminary rounds where we had the debaters engaging in various topics from climate change to affirmative action, social media and sports. Yes, we had a motion on social media and sports. I said, no, I hope you people had fun in the preliminary rounds. Yes. So we had the teams interrogating, for example, the disproportionate impact that climate change has had on women, especially in the motion where we asked you people whether you thought that international climate agreements should put in an aspect of catering for the disproportionate impact that climate change has had on women, noticing that they are most times the contact persons in society, their role in food production. You know that most of our countries here in the global south are agricultural economies, right? The women are often affected the most by these situations. For example, when we have floods, when we have water insecurity and the like, most of the time they're the ones who carry the burden of society because they're the people taking care of the families most. The teams were able to tell us why we would have this kind of recognition on our international level. We thank you so much for the spirited arguments, and we hope that our development partners and sponsors could be able to pick up on some of those conversations in their policy guidelines and manuals to the government. I'm also glad to note that the quality of the debate in this year's Elle Parle has improved. We are so thankful for you. for coming. And thank you so much for being eager to learn, right? During the preliminary rounds, we noticed that the first and second rounds were a bit shaky because people were not, I think, comfortable with the British parliamentary format of debate. But towards the end, especially on day 2, we could notice a very big change in your motion interpretation, the way you were bringing forward your cases. And we think that that is a very good thing. Thank you so much, Elle Parle, for giving this space to women. I personally think that it is a safe space for the girls in this country especially to be able to participate in debate, because we do not get as much representation during the other mainstream tournaments that happen in the country. So I'm very grateful that every year in Elle Parle, we are able to have new speakers, new people coming on board, and we hope that we can continue to grow this tournament and continue to encourage females to take part in debate and be interested in the sport. I would also like to thank our judges for their availability. Thank you so much for giving us your time. Not at any one point did we have a round being delayed or missing out a round because we had some rooms not attended to. We want to thank you so much, and we do not take it for granted that you were able to take off from your busy schedules to come and attend this tournament. Last but definitely not least, I would like to thank our partners, Action Aid, Vijana Corps, MEMPRO, and DSU, for believing in Elle Parle, for always making available your resources to us so that this tournament can be able to happen. We do not take for granted that you're always ready to answer our call when we call on you, and we are very grateful. We hope that you can be able to see the fruits of what you have done for Elle Parle and where your resources and time is going. Thank you very much. At this point, we have roughly 7 minutes still left for prep time. We still have some time for prep time left. I would like to invite Peter Ahawe, to invite our guest of honor who has arrived for this event. You're welcome.
Please clap for our chief adjudicator. Our chief adjudicator, thank you very much for those remarks. In case you've just joined us, we are yet to witness a final like no other. If it's your first time watching debate, you might want to get a notebook because people use different terms. People have different tonations. There's so much diction that is about to be displayed here. If it is your first time in such a very room, you might be even wondering why somebody will politely and in a very special way tell the other person that you're probably not making sense, but very kindly and politely while he's doing that. And that's what debate offers. So we want to thank you for taking time off and accepting our different invitations. How much time prep do we have? 6 minutes. So as we wait for the finalists who have made it, I just want to quickly, I don't know, Madam, did you do that? Did you illustrate what I'm about? Okay, I hope you did. So in this final, we have two sides of the government, of the benches, sorry. So we have a government bench, and we have what we call an opposition bench. And we have what they call a resolution or a motion that has been read to us. So one side on my right is the government, as you rightly see there. And on my left is the opposition. Now, uniquely, if you've watched Parliament or parliamentary sessions, you will notice that there's what they call a prime minister. And then the prime minister has what they call a deputy prime minister. And that's what we constitute as the first or opening half of the government bench. Are we together? You'll be hearing that. And then you have, on the other closing half, in government you have had sometimes who they call a member of government. So we also have a member of government in debate. And then we have what we call a government whip. So today you will also witness a government whip. And this whip does not cane people, but he canes people with words. So you'll also witness a speech from the government whip. Now, uniquely, each of those sets is a different team. So the opening half is a different team, and the closing half from the member to the government whip is also a different team. Now, what makes them unique, what this panel of judges is going to be looking out for, are their particular roles. So the opening half of the government opens the debate. It gives us context. It sets premise for the debate. Whereas the closing half does more like an analysis and then a closure of the debate. I hope I have eased our understanding if you see some people coming in and using different terminologies in the debate. So that is on one side. We have one side defending the resolution. So if the resolution is that this house believes that women are very capable to lead Uganda, the government with their prime minister plus the whip will come and demonstrate to us why women are actually able to lead this country. And I think they can do well. Don't you agree? Don't you agree? Eh? Don't you agree? Okay, I am hearing very few yeses. Are we hungry? I hope we are not. Yes? It is? Okay, then we go to the other side because I'm demonstrating and I want us to appreciate. So on the other side, we have now the other people who usually said, "Chino tetugenda kubalemesa, chino tetugenda kukola." Somebody said tubalemese. This is what we have on the opposition, right? And like any other opposition, we have a leader of opposition who leads the bench, yes, and then you have the deputy leader of opposition. So we'll have an semblance of Right Honorable Joel Senyonyi this side, telling us, Binevia, Honorable Nabanja, they are not working for us. And so we have that on the other end, and that is the opening half of the opposition bench. So that is also a constituted team from the opposition. And like I said, also the other side, you have the member of opposition, and then you have an opposition whip. Now, like I again said, they have particular unique roles. So the opening half leads in introducing their introductory rebuttal remarks, whereas the deputy leader of opposition equally has that role to patch up the leader of opposition. And then the closing half on the other end, the member of opposition, and then the opposition whip have a role to, close for us the debate, introduce, some new elements, not new content, but then close up the debate. And that's what these very experienced members of the panel will be looking out for. But most importantly, we also want to see the demonstration of knowledge about the topic. So that's what we're going to see, a showcase, a masterclass of sorts. This is just a few minutes before we start the debate. All right, thank you very much, our Deputy CA. Our Deputy Chief Adjudicator has said, please, even if you're in the audience, they have read to us the resolution. Please, we would like you to engage with it, not just in this room. We want stakeholders like Action Aid. They are very, very, very influential on policy, right? Our good friend Andrew Chamagero, who works with Nation Media, how they can take it up, right? Our good friend Sarah, who works with Mempro, how we can go, our good friend Jamila, how if we get back to the girls, we can use this as a policy framework. Our good friend Portia, who works with Because of Her, how can we use this to craft a policy out of this? So I hope you will pay me because some of you didn't understand British parliamentary. Yes, some of you for the very first time, and now you know what we're about to see. So I hope you will pay me for demonstrating that knowledge. Eh? But if you fail to pay me, you should not fail to clap for me. Surely. Yeah, now you're, now I'm energized to come back. Then I also tell you now lunch is ready. There's somebody who has understood there. Then when I come back, Wi-Fi has also been upgraded. We are now in 5G. We were at 3G. Something like that. Other than that, I would like, in a special way now, to recognize our guest of honor. Please, somebody say guest of honor. Yes, who has accepted to grace us this afternoon. I have had an opportunity not to interact with her, but to hear about her and learn about her. So today I will ensure that I probably take her contact. I will also request that I can visit her at Action Aid. Somebody is saying now, what is the problem with me? If you leave this event without also networking, you're not learning. That's what our good friend Andrew usually tells us. Don't go to the place and then not get a what? A contact. I would like now, in a special way, again, as we all of us are listening and are attentive, to recognize, I am not worthy to introduce her, but we'll introduce her later, but to recognize Mercy Grace Munduru. Please clap for her. She's the program and fundraising manager at Action Aid International Uganda. Thank you very much for being here. We look forward to hearing from you. Thank you for accepting our invitation and gracing this final. I will now hand over to the bench of judges, and may the best team win.
Welcome back. Congratulations again for making it to the final. A few ground rules for this debate tournament. As we have been doing in the preliminary rounds, we are going to be having 7 minutes of speech. The first and last minutes will be protected. That means from minute 2 to minute 6, you can have interruptions. Points of information are going to be raised from either teams, and when you get here, kindly tell us your preference for POIs. When you're raising POIs, kindly make sure that we are respectful to one another. They should be short and under 15 seconds, sorry, 15 seconds. All the best to all of you. May the best team win. Prime Minister, you're welcome. Prime Minister, we're ready for you. Ryan will be giving you time signals. He will raise his finger at the first minute and again raise his finger when you have 1 minute left.
I hope it is. Okay. Resolved. Given the means of existence, this House supports the existence of an international court to prosecute ecocide crimes. Per the info slide, we understand what ecocide means. this is the intentional massive destruction of flora, fauna. Like we're just basically talking about the destruction of the environment. So you get to understand how big a problem this is. If this is a big problem and we acknowledge that fact, that therefore means that even when we are going to decide to solve this problem, serious measures need to be taken. And in this case, we are going to debate about the existence of the IGC. So we understand the IGC is a global court. It's like an international court. We do understand that there are courts that already exist. And we are not here to maybe debate about the possibility of the existence of this court, because the motion already fiats the fact that, there is feasibility, there is a possibility of it happening. The other thing is we are not here to clarify what kind of model and whatsoever should take place, but we are here to talk about the importance of the ICG. Why should it be there? And is it of importance that we should have this sort of court in existence? The other thing, when you're talking about massive destruction, we are not talking about someone necessarily cutting down one tree. We are talking about big global problems. A destruction that will happen and will not only be of a problem to the people in that specific area, but it can go ahead to be of problem to even other people. For instance, we hear of things like global warming. Global warming does not necessarily happen just because of one industry in a specific area, and does not only affect the people in that specific area, but you understand it affects entire world. So we are therefore looking at a massive measure to make sure that we iron out this massive problem. Then another thing, when you're talking about the global court, we do not want our opposition to come and argue for things like, corruption is likely. These things they can never happen. There is no chance for these things to happen. Reason being, we have very many countries aboard. There are very many countries fighting right now to make sure that problems that come out as a result of massive environmental destructions come to an end. So we can't argue that, there will be corruption. Mind you that the fact being that this is a global court, it means that there are very many intelligent people on board. People themselves, judges, lawyers, will be willing to work with this court. Reason being, it's an international court. Therefore, there are chances of high salary and the like, and it is a call for everyone. So we can't say that things like, corruption will be there. Then another thing, we need to understand the fact that when we are talking about global massive destruction, we are talking about a serious problem that needs to be ironed out immediately. We are going to argue on basically two things: urgency and the need for priority. What do we mean? We mean that this is a problem that we can't overlook. We understand that courts do exist today, but what happens when you look at the time frame these cases take to be worked on? It's a very long time. And so imagine there are very many problems that exist per status quo. So there is a lot of work that these courts are working at. So we have understood that the massive destruction of the environment is another key problem that is happening. So therefore, we need to attack it head on immediately with urgency. Reason being, it is affecting very many people out there. We are not saying that the courts that are existent are useless to us. No, they are useful. But this is a major problem that needs to be given priority and recognition, in that a specific body needs to be there to solve these problems. These cases should be taken to these people, such at the end of the day, they are able to be worked upon. You may ask yourself, what about maybe a small case that maybe someone may not be able to report directly to this international court? We say that is not a problem. We can still use these small courts in existence to make sure that these cases are fronted to them. Then these people will be able to understand that, this case can be pushed on further and further, such at the end of the day, it reaches the ICG. So what do you get at the end of the day? At the end of the day, you're making sure that these problems are solved with the sort of attention they need at the end of the day. And this is what we are aiming for. We are aiming to make sure that these problems are solved very well and they're given the immediate attention they deserve. When you look at what happens in the economy, especially these problems of massive destruction are majorly caused by the big companies. And we need to understand that usually what happens, the relationship between these specific companies and the countries where they exist, these companies are actually bigger than the states where they exist. What do I mean? These companies are the ones which sponsor the economic activities. Like, for instance, I can say Total sponsors many events and economic activities that happen in Uganda. So what does that mean? It would be very hard for Uganda as a country to sabotage, to go against what Total says. But it will be very easy if all countries come together and as an entire world, we are fighting one company as Total. Because there you are many people hands on deck and it will be easier. Also another thing, like for instance, these companies, the fact that they are big, big, usually they have very many branches in very many countries. So if you fight a problem that Total is causing in, for instance, Uganda, without solving the problem that Total is causing in another country like France, at the end of the day, you have done nothing, because at the end of it all, however much the Total in France is doing something wrong, me as a Ugandan, however many miles I am away from that place, I'm still being affected by the problems that result. For instance, we can talk of things like global warming. These are the climate changes which are unfavorable to us. So what do we say? We need stronger hands to make sure that that such a problem is solved. How? The best way we can solve this problem is actually through the ICG, because as you understand, it is a global code. It is for everyone. And as I say that, all countries are interested in this. Reason being that these problems that result from the massive destruction do not only affect one problem, they affect very many countries. And as you know, right now, according to status quo, it is a priority. It is a need for every country. Everyone is standing up to fight the massive climate changes that happen over and over again. All that are caused from the fact that there is massive destruction of flora and fauna and the like, because these are the things that the environment relies on to make sure that we have stable temperatures, a stable weather. But if these things are destroyed, for instance, maybe through the companies and the like, at the end of the day, we cannot have that sort of stable climate and the like. And the fact being that this is a global need, something that is very urgent, we do not have to wait for these small courts, these other courts that exist, that have very many other issues that they need to look at. What we need to do is to make sure that we use this court that is in this court that is in question, that make sure that it is in existence, such that it is able to help us. If it is a court that is specifically centering on the aspect of climate change and the rest, it will be easy, because at the end of the day, they will be able to tackle the problems there and then. My case.
Well, greetings, everyone. Let me first calm down. Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, the former speaker, for whatever you have presented, though I'm not satisfied with whatever that has been, presented. With a count of 1, 2, 3, I'm starting right. 3, 1. Sorry, I'm too much excited, I guess. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Panel. As I'd said earlier, I'm not really satisfied with what has been submitted, because I believe it's really, really not workable and applicable, right? So because of the views that I'm going to give as the lead of opposition, I remember you talking about corruption, right? Because you don't believe there will be corruption. I really want to disagree with you, because we've seen this in many international bodies. International bodies, I personally describe them to be the first corrupt, organizations or entities, right? Because of the different people that happen to lead them. They carry greed, right? They're always angry for power, exposure, and everything. So they normally prioritize what they want as them, not the general cause. So I beg to give you the reasons. I'm going to focus on only 2 points as to why we believe that. All right. I'm so excited. Why I believe whatever has been submitted is not really workable. Firstly, these powers that you're talking about are the ones that we should look at, the international, courts and everything. They're the ones that are actually funding the destruction of, flora and fauna, if you didn't know. if you're to check about, I think you've heard about EcoPUP, it's being funded by all those superpowers, right? So I beg to let you know that all these things that you're talking about, they won't be applicable, and they are not workable because they're the ones who are actually putting money into the destruction. And before we go to that, let's look at the domestic level, right? Let's look at the domestic level, right? Before you get to anything, we have to work within ourselves because we are the ones who are actually suffering. So I beg to let you know that as the opposition or opening opposition, we really disagree with you because you know, we have to look at the domestic level. It's always, you know, domestic people fighting with the international people. So with me, I really beg to tell you that international organization or courts, whatever initiative that will come out, I beg to disagree with it because it's not really going to cater for our interest as the domestic people. We have to look at ourselves first. We have the solution. We have the resources. We are just lazy to look around them. We're looking into the foreign or the international courts because we believe they are more informed, because we believe they have the resources and the funds. So I really want to tell you, Deputy, Prime Minister, that whatever you've talked about is not really workable in our society or in our cause that we're talking about. So the other point would be the sovereign of the state, right? You see, all the states that you're talking about, they have too much power. They are so sovereign to follow whatever is happening on the ground. I beg to explain to you this point. Let me look for my explanation. I mean, no, granted. Right? So the point is environmental policies and priorities differ significantly around the world. I think we should address that, right? So what we have as Uganda is so different from what Kenya or Canada, those people are facing. So it's best we look at ourselves as us nationally, the courts, and you should know we have these courts as domestically. We just need to work on their visibility, their effectiveness. We just need to improve on them in all the areas that that are supposed to be worked upon. The other point would be, the existing mechanisms can be strengthened to address ecocide without creating a new court. That's what I believe as a person, right? Bodies such as International Criminal Court, right, and the International Court of Justice already have frameworks that would be expanded. So why would we go ahead on doing the international court, right, for basically this cause? So I really want to tell you, whatever we have is enough, and it can work on whatever that we are facing as a world. Flora and fauna is something that is really sensitive to us. We need it every day, and we're not supposed to first run to the international courts, yet we have the domestic courts around us. So I beg to let you know, the opening government, that whatever you're presenting is not really satisfying. It's just going to bring us into other causes. It's just going to attach us onto other strings, right? That are going to make us find ourselves getting into other distractions that we're trying to avoid as Africans, basically. Because this time around we're talking about Africa. The other point would be the complexity and the subjective, right? So that's one. I think I need to remind you about the term of ecocide itself, right? It's broad and can encompass a wide range of activities from deforestation to pollution. So the lack of a clear, universally accepted definition makes it difficult to establish a consistent legal framework. So for instance, that what constitutes international mass destruction of the threshold for an ecological disaster can vary greatly between countries and cultures. So this ambiguity could lead to inconsistent verdicts and hinder the court's ability to deliver justice. So I want to let you know, right, all those things that you're talking about, we have different things that we're facing as nations, right? So if we come about and tell ourselves that we should go internationally, yet we could face or work on solutions domestically as nations. We could find solutions as us. Is it time? We could find solutions as us. We could, put down the mechanisms, everything that we need to take. So I really beg to disagree with you that whatever international courts you're trying to work upon or bring on board, it's really not going to implement or to bring out the effect that you want as the government. In my conclusion, I really beg to disagree with you that we need to have the establishment of international courts. Thank you. In this case.
Okay. Am I audible? Yeah. Yeah, shout out to my partner who carried me for this tournament and to the kids' family. I appreciate. Okay, I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. So, what does OO come and argue? OO argues about the workability of this kind of independent courts. They argue about how corruption is still going to exist in this kind of courts and all that. But what we come and tell you in the first place, how we kind of frame this kind of motion, is that the motion already fears things like the workability and feasibility of these kind of things. What we want to show you in the first place is that there are very many different countries that are going to be part of this kind of international courts and all that, whereby if one country feels that a specific injustice is being done, they are going to call it out. So it is not a matter of one person that because one country has more power than the other, they are going to be able to do what? To like take over the whole ICJ thing. But what we also want to show you is that the whole point is they're coming and telling us about the existing mechanisms that are already existing. This is not this is not what the debate is all about, but we are talking, and okay, let's also take them and say that, yeah, it's about it. It does not address the urgency or the kind of accountability that is needed in this kind of motion or that is needed in this kind of issue that is happening in society. Let's all notice that environmental destruction does not really respect any country. If it affects a specific country, for example, if this kind of thing is going to affect a country like Uganda, it is not going to respect that, oh, these are Ugandans, it's only going to stay in Uganda. It is going to affect the entire globe. And this is why we feel as the government side that this specific independent court works, because when they argue things of corruption, these are people who have already made their kind of money. These are people who know what they want and they know at any one point if they make any kind of injustice or any kind of wrong system, they are going to be kicked off on this specific panel. I'll take you later. They are going to be kicked off of this specific panel. And who in their actual mind would want to be kicked off of such an opportunity that is given to you? But also, secondly, what we want to show you that what they come and tell us that, that why they feel like the existing mechanisms are enough, or they feel like this is something for them, they feel like, because at the point in time when you're going to start babysitting people, that because we feel like these independent courts are going to be like having things like corruption, so we shouldn't take it on, and we let people who are carrying out this massive destruction of the environment affect the people. We already tell you that if opposition is willing to come on board and decide to do what, to come and do a massive destruction, it is not going to stop the government bench from being affected in the long run. This is why we feel that at this point we need an independent body. Why? An independent body has nothing like biases and all that. But secondly, what we show you that it doesn't work under the influence of other nations, because all nations are going to be represented. If one nation feels that, we do not want this, they are going to call it out. So their issue of workability, their issue of corruption is going to be ruled out. What we come and tell you, we want to prioritize the urgency, that we want to prioritize things like climate change, because climate change is something that is going to affect each and everybody. Even if we give it a blind eye, even if it affects us right now, it's still going to stay there and affect the future generation. And what does that mean? That the incoming future generation is also going to affect the other, like that. But then, sorry. So the other thing we want to show you is that these courts are going to prosecute things like ecocide crimes driven by things like accelerating that kind of pace of destruction. We already tell you that, yes, these other mechanisms that they are talking about are already existing, and we are not saying that they are going to remove them and all that, but at a point in time that there is something that they cannot handle. This is why even when it comes to other crimes besides besides climate change and all that, when they cannot handle a case, this is why they forward it to the independent bodies. These are bodies that do not have this kind of influence that, oh, because USA is a country that is more modernized or a country that has more industries and all that, so we should favor them. But it is because this kind of independent body is unbiased. Secondly, it's not working under anyone's pressure or not working in any form of any form of influence. But secondly, what we want to show you that we need to treat things with a kind of urgency that they want. So at a point in time when we already show. No, the issue is opposition. You just have a mindset of you want to stay in the current system, whereby you already see that in your system you still have things like corruption, and you feel like because you have those things that are happening in your system, you feel like they are going to happen in this kind of system. But we want to show you that those are the things we are trying to fight on our side. We do not want things that are going to affect the community. We do not want things that because USA has a bigger role to play, it should actually, because if it has many industries, that kind of pollution of water and all that is not going to only affect them. And that is why we are telling you that already those local things that you're talking about are still going to be handled by the local courts that are there. But at a point in time when this kind of injustices are going to happen, this kind of massive destruction, mind you, the motion is not talking about the simple things of, oh, I'm going to go and cut down a tree and they're going to take me to this kind of court or this kind of independent court. What happens then is if you are caught by things like you're doing massive destruction, this means you are going to be forwarded because this case cannot be handled in small or local courts in these specific countries. And that is why we tell you why we need this body to be there. It is because it is a globe. If these kind of things are affecting a specific sovereign state, it is not going to only stop there. It's going to affect the entire globe. And this is why at the end of the day, we feel that this kind of court should be there because it has no bias and it addresses the urgency of these kind of things. With that, I rest my case.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Panel. So I will start by reading the motion to the government side. Given the means exist, this House supports the establishment of an international court to prosecute ecocide crimes. So when the government side comes and tells us that bureaucracy is a fallacy, and we are remaining in this system and we want to be in this system, the motion clearly tells us that given the means that exist, not given a perfect system. So I'll come and say that state sovereignty is one of the points that the leader of opposition gave, and I would explain it in that political manipulation is real. And in the case of Nicaragua, America was given a ruling, and America came and told them that America listens when it wants to listen. So when you say that you're creating a specific body for them to be brought in court and to be ruled. So when America comes and says it will listen when it listens, so when you create another body, it's going to listen then. So I don't think so. So I would give the recommendation of just extending the jurisdiction and making a wider coverage. The ICC already covers different crimes. So if you could add ecocide on that list of the crimes that it covers, then I think that would be a workable solution. And she had earlier on trashed the workable solutions, yet we are giving workable solutions right now. Instead of imagining a perfect world and a perfect system, we want things that are going to work on right now. We want things that you're going to say that let's create an international court and it shall be created. First of all, creating a court is not something that we wake up and say, let there be a court. No, systems policies are put up, systems are made, and then the judges are chosen. The judges go through an election, and that needs resources. So you're first going to put a budget for creating a court, yet
Yet ecocide is already happening, crimes are already taking place, and the biggest contributors to ecocide are the great eight, the great countries. In Uganda, you can't see that they have cut down half of eastern Uganda. No, that's not that's not logical. It's that the Amazon. Let's take an example of the Amazon. The Amazon forest is slowly deteriorating, and it's not even here. So when we say that we're going to create a court, and when we say that we want to workable solutions, I think we should shift this side and get the workable solutions of even creating tribunals that deal with these solutions. The tribunals come in and just settle. The judges are chosen and they settle and put their minds on those specific crimes that are coming in. When you come and say that
because Saudi Arabia has very many industries and it is releasing very many fumes and all that, does it mean that the effects of Saudi Arabia are going to only stay in Saudi Arabia, or Ugandans are also going to feel the effect?
The effects are going to be felt, but we have a solution for that already. There are workable solutions that if the amount of emissions that you make every day, the amount of emissions that you make per year are calculated and you pay for that. There are systems that are there that are, when you make certain emissions and all those, when you read inside, you know that when you make emissions, you pay for those emissions. So, and when we come to the nationals, we can't say that we are going to take all cases to the international court. How many countries do we have in the world? There are so many. So if you're going to come and say Uganda's problems we take to the international court, East Africa's problems and other countries we take to the international court, that's going to actually cause case backlog. You're going to have so many things to be looked at, so many things to cover, and that would take us back to the instances of these courts that we already have. The courts that we already have are working on them, but then they have other matters that are handling. So if we are to create one court that is going to handle all these matters, I don't think that is workable. In Uganda here, the High Court is already working on environmental issues. Take an example of the case of Nyakana versus Nema. Nyakana was sued by Nema, but the case was handled in High Court. So if Nyakana was to wait that the court is to be established and then he takes his case, how long were we supposed to wait? Because I think this case is like 2017. Yes. So how long are we supposed to wait? So if you're going to come and tell us, let's get a court to do this, you should come and lay down the steps on how we are going to manage this, how we are going to take us through the steps on how we are going to move until the court is formed. Don't come and just lay on us a vision that you maybe woke up and say that I think we should have a court to deal with this. So, and in international law, first of all, is a weak thing. International law is not something that is it's not something that holds juries it's not when a judgment is made, you cannot come and rely on that judgment when it was made on international law. First of all, they look at very many different sides. But in Uganda here, when a judgment is made, someone can come back and quote the case that as right now I'm quoting Nyakana. But when I go back and quote Nicaragua and I give the facts there, I'm not going to hold so much water as someone who came and quoted that case, because that law is something that was for that country. So if you're creating a court and the court is going to make judgments, but the judgments are not going to hold water, so how is that of use to us who are going to sit in the court and wait for our issues to be brought up? So I think we should look at the workable solutions, the workable things, the things that are at hand. We just disregard the perfect world, because there is no perfect world. We're not going to wake up in the morning and say, let there be no corruption. No, that's not possible. We're going to look at the things that are going to happen, because I think even in Uganda the anti-corruption court was put up because there will be corruption. Things are going to they're going to set up budgets and there will be corruption. So that court is going to help them that court is going to help them. That court is going to help them and the judgments will become. So I think the opposition should really look through their I think the government should really look through their case and get workable solution and then come and debate. Thank you.
All right. Shout out to everyone and a second appearance at Elle Parle. I hope I win it again. Yeah. And a shout out to my partner who has carried me throughout this. As you can see, she's dressed like she's going for an African summit. And shout out to Henry and Cynthia and to all the MOOC teams in the debate and other unions and the other unions. All right. So I'll begin in 3, 2, 1, and go. Panel. The reason the debate in the opening half has largely been messy, it's because the debate already sets context that it is possible. It already shows that there are existing mechanisms. The debate from OO questions the feasibility, it questions the workability, and we don't think that is the debate from closing and opening opposition in today's debate. But then the second thing, we think that the reason our OG doesn't do a good job, it's because they do not contextualize to you and whether existing mechanisms in status quo. We think that there are already existing frameworks like agreements in climate change, the Paris Agreement, the Kyoto Protocol, NDCs, climate change acts. They fail to show you why these are inefficient and why we need the international court to deal with ecocide crimes. The second thing is that they fail to show you the justification as to why this should be termed as crimes. Why should they go to the court? What is that impact? What is that justification? What is that necessity in this debate? And this is where CG is going to come from. The first thing, you need to understand that there are existing frameworks and mechanisms within the status quo. But why don't we buy into this? Notice, most of them have been promises, most of them have been commitments, and they are not legally binding. What that means is that there is inadequate prosecution of any crime. That is why China is able to set up an industry in a wetland, and you're not going to prosecute it. That is the reason as to why Coca-Cola is going to continuously dump in developing countries, and you're not going to prosecute it, or you're not going to try it domestically as OO wants. Why? They have more resources. 2, there is no global cooperation. 3, they cannot be legally held accountable. So the fourth thing, and why OO loses out again, is that they come and say, Total funds us, but secondly, so due to those conflicting interests, then you're likely not going to be efficient in our side. And on our side, that's what we think that an international court gives you. Global cooperation, legally binding, but also thirdly, you do not have things like conflicts. The second thing, how do international courts work? The reason they tell you, the argument from OO comes and says, look, we already have the ICC, we already have the ICJ, why don't we expand this? Why do we think that is flawed? The reason why states are tried in the ICJ and people are tried in the ICC, it's because they recognize the difference that exists in them. That's the reason you're not going to take maybe these crimes to an international court, ICJ or ICC. Why? Because they are determinate on war crimes. So if you want to take them there, then you have to say, this is a war crime. How do you do that? That becomes largely problematic, bureaucratic, and it's not possible. So the second thing is why an international court is important. Notice the reason as to why agreements, the reason as to why commitments have continuously failed to work, it's because they have low bargaining power. Africa, Latin America are living in a world of perpetual emergency. Today you have COVID, the next day you have a drought, the next day you have floods, the next day you have landslides. That is perpetual emergency. What it means, our OG tells you, it's urgent. They don't show you how urgent it is. The reason as to why it's urgent, when you have a drought in Somalia, Turkana, Karamoja, individuals are starving. Individuals within Africa, Latin America, cannot adapt to things like starvation. They cannot adapt to things like indigenous communities being washed away. Their cultures. The reason you're having increasing refugees, climate mobility, not being recognized, it's because you do not have an international court to try these individuals that are largely causing the crisis. And this is why our extension then comes in. So, why then do we need an international court? Countries that have continuously polluted the most look like the US, look like China. What that means is that they have a large bargaining power. If you wanted to take US
domestically, Uganda has a climate change act. How are you going to hold US for pollution, or how are you going to hold Coca-Cola for pollution when you do not have an international court? When you have low bargaining power, as an African bloc, you go for an agreement, but you cannot even argue for what is best for your country. Why? You don't have resources to, you don't have anything you can do to them. The thing is, when you have an international court, there is global cooperation. All countries, whether Iran, Iraq have oil, Saudi, UAE have oil, they're going to agree with you that we need a court. If they pollute, then it's likely you're going to take these individuals to court. What you do is deterrence. Coca-Cola, if Coca-Cola and Dove know that they're going to be punished legally for polluting, they're not going to do it. Why? There is deterrence. There is legal action. They're going to pay hefty fines. And these corporations are largely profit-oriented. And that's why second extension comes in. Why do we think that? Governments, corporations, individuals have continuously prioritized economic gain over environmental sustainability. Even when you have existing mechanisms to ensure no deforestation in Mabira, Amazon is almost gone. Lake Chad is 75% of Lake Chad is now dried up. Why is that true? In Lake Victoria, you're having sand mining going on. Why? Individuals are prioritizing economic gains. Then how do you make these individuals, corporations, governments not prioritize that and create environmental sustainability? By holding them accountable. And how do you hold them accountable? If there is an international court, there is a legal action. If there is a legal action, there are fines. If there are fines, there is deterrence, and they're largely not going to pollute. I'll take a POI. Great. So, the reason as to why then our OO and opening half do not go there, I already show you. Why should ecocide crimes even be put in there? Like an international court. 2, why the international court? What is the marginal benefit? That's where our third extension comes in. Justification on ecocide crimes and necessity of why you need this. From the floods in Bangladesh, high temperatures in the Horn of Africa, pollution, whether it's plastic or even air around the world, we agree it affects humans the same. But who are the most affected? Vulnerable communities, women, children, are likely the youth. 65% of IGAD's population are youth. These are individuals that don't have resources to combat this. These are individuals that cannot adapt. They don't have resilient communities. When a flood hits, they're likely going to die. Schools, education is stopped. The economy is hit. When you go to buy something, the GDPs of these countries are hit. We do not think there is largely a justification that tells you, as people being violated human rights, but then 2, economies being misled. But then the third thing is that because it knows no jurisdiction, what our OO tells you. The third thing is that largely on climate justice. Why do we think that the issue of the court becomes a climate justice issue? We tell you, 1 is that developed countries are telling you, do not use coal, do not use oil. But they're the ones opening up new coal mines in Norway. They're the ones opening up new coal mines in Germany. So how do you hold them accountable? Because with your laws, you're not going to hold them accountable. So we think that even when DRC has the largest uranium or minerals that are needed for things like a just transition, they're not getting this just transition. Who is taking them? China takes them, makes EUVs, they come back expensively. How do you hold these countries accountable for the pollution? How do you hold them for the ecological destruction they are doing? Only an international court can grant you that justice. 3 things that you get from CG. 1 is about largely why this justification and necessity. We show you how human beings are being affected. The second thing is deterrency. The third thing is climate justice. Proud CG.
Shout out to Denise, shout out to MDU, shout out to Isabella Teng, whose team name was from her, and shout out to my teammate. Right. Chair, I'll start by saying we will have a small difference from what our opening actually had. Things to do with that the international law actually does not have a very big impact at the end of the day. And international law actually has a very big impact to everyone in the nation. That is the first verse they actually created in their speech, and we want to do away with that. So, Chair, I'll start with engaging the team from OG. What did OG tell us? They actually brought to us 2 very important points that we'll actually base our arguments on as CO today. Number 1, the point of urges and the point of priority. In the point of urges, I raised the POI and asked them, what do you think about bureaucracy at the end of the day if you're considering an international criminal court to actually handle these cases? At the end of the day, how long does it take for a Ugandan to move from here and go to the US where I'm just giving an example, and go to the US where this court is actually based, and contact the people and all the procedures that someone has to go through at the end of the day. This brings me to extend on the point that actually OO brought to us, the point of domesticating these policies, and the point of having us work as Uganda and have things addressed in the country where we are, because we know the magnitude we know the magnitude and how big these things have actually affected us. Making these things be domesticated is actually easier for us to handle these problems that exist. Number one, they told you that we are actually going to have state sovereignty. At the end of the day, if we have states like the US, if we have states like Germany, if we have states that are very big, at the end of the day, they will be the decision makers. We have seen laws that have been passed, and these people actually have a say of all the policies that are actually being implemented at the end of the day. We realize that countries that are from the global south are actually being left out because they have no say anywhere. They are African countries. So what do they have to do in decision making for things that actually affect them? Usually we do not have a say, but rather let us sit, make policies for ourselves, make these things simple for everyone to understand, other than making it look like we need to go global, which actually will leave things unattended to. Another thing they were telling us about from OG, they were telling us things to do with priority. Yes, climate change is a priority, but how are we going to handle it as Team CO? Number one, we need to realize that actually there are better ways that we can have this thing addressed at the end of the day and have everyone put on board. Number one, we realize that the forest coverage in Uganda, for example, has been reducing over time. But with the measures that have actually been existing, we realize that there is a certain percentage of increment. It is slightly small, but it is actually there. So at the end of the day, we realize that these things will actually work if we actually all be part of the process. Not, I'll take you later. We realize that we all need to work and be part of the process, other than saying that we need big decision makers to come at the end of the day and make all these decisions for us. Number one, what are we going to do? We're going to have things to do with effective sensitization. Have everyone brought on table. Have everyone, especially the vulnerable groups, the people that are actually more affected by the climate change effects. Things to do with people that come from areas that are actually more affected by climate. People like from Karamoja, include the women, include the children. Let everyone actually understand that there is a problem and they need to be included, other than taking it to the big tables and having everyone and having those big people actually take up the process. I'll take OG. Yes, thank you. So the question of efficiency still comes. It is very hard for us to actually have efficiency when there is bureaucracy. At the end of the day, the process will be left out. The process will be left hanging because of the long processes that actually people go through. Someone will think about going to ICC, to ICG, because they will think about it and they'll be like, hey, this is a long process, so I need to actually sit and have these things solved here. What we bring to you as Team CO is that the problems are in all countries and they actually affect everyone. But what we need to do is understand where these problems are stemming from, include the people that are actually getting affected by these problems, and then let us have them on board, other than saying we need big powers that are actually corrupt. I will not engage more on the point of corruption, but we have things that we need to have to ourselves and understand their causes. Another thing that they were talking about anyway, they're talking about things to do with that what affects you, what is done in the US can actually affect Uganda. Yes, we concede with that. But yes, after understanding that what you do actually affects other people, sit and find a solution to that problem, other than trying to engage people that are not part of the problem that actually affects you. Let everyone be responsible for the problems that they actually cause at the end of the day. So what we bring to you from Team CO is that, number one, there are challenges in implementing these things that actually the ICG possibility of creating the court is there, but the problems of implementing these things is actually going to be hard at the end of the day. Another thing is that there is going to be difficulty in actually measuring the extent to which someone has actually damaged the environment. At the end of the day, you realize that measuring the pollution that someone has caused is very hard. Yes, global pollution is happening, global warming is happening, but yes, it is very hard to say that someone who actually cut a tree here
caused this amount of environmental destruction. So at the end of the day, it is very hard for you to take this person to ICC, to ICG, because of an environmental effect that they would have caused at the end of the day. So engaging CG, CG was telling us that there are existing mechanisms that have actually failed. But at the end of the day, Chair, I brought you in my first minute or second minute, I was telling you that these things have actually worked. The forest cover that we had as Uganda is actually deteriorating. But we realize there is a slight increase at the end of the day. So we realize that these people are actually getting educated, are actually getting sensitized and understanding the problems that are affecting the country, that are affecting everyone. And we see that engaging with everyone is a better way to go, other than addressing issues that will go global and will not be attended to at the end of the day. So from OG, another thing they were saying that issues to do with using the existing, they were talking about, OO was telling us about existing courts. Telling us that existing courts can actually work for us, but we realize that existing courts also have their own problems to handle. Usually it is to do with crime and other things. So at the end of the day, we realize that better mechanisms could come up and we would have things, especially sensitization, advocating for a green world and having everyone understand the problems that the world faces so that we can have a better society. Thank you.
Shout out to Denise, who has carried me until this level. I'll be starting in 3, 2, and 1. Panel, notice that there are cases in Uganda that have dragged for over 20 years. And there are reasons as to why Dominic Ongwen was not tried in Uganda, but was tried in the ICC. The contextualization that opposition does not understand is that there is a certain gravity that offenses reach and they can no longer be tried on national level. So when we talk about things like the domestic courts can handle these things, and very problematic, as CG says, that there should not be a court at all because they should do some domestic policy changing, we think that's quite problematic because, as Denise has contextualized for you, there is and the motion itself already says there is a massive destruction that's happening. So it means there is a threshold for which these crimes can no longer be seen as simple crimes, but now we have to take on a bigger avenue to mitigate these things, right? But notice that in not understanding that these crimes are climate justice is not a national jurisdictional thing. They also don't understand when we make that argument that Uganda does not, for example, have the territorial jurisdiction to try companies like Coca-Cola or to try countries like France who are polluting in the outside world, and yet those effects are being felt in Uganda, right? That sort of contextualization is not being understood from opposition side. And we think that's particularly important because what you have with international law is that you have a body that holds all stakeholders accountable, right? And we think that's very important also because when they bring in the example of the ineffectiveness of the existing courts and how ICC and its decisions usually are not implemented, we want to draw a comparison with things like genocide, right? Before the Genocide Convention or before the ICC could ever try genocide cases, if you compare the rampancy at which they were happening and how that is strategically decreased with the Genocide Convention in place, we think we are safer in a world where there is some sort of mechanism that brings people to accountability. The effectiveness of that is a thing that can be worked out. The motion in and of itself says, look, it's possible to actually establish this court. So we think the problem of these decisions not being respected is a thing that can be worked with sanctions and all of these things. That's a thing that is workable, right? We think the more problematic world is the world, especially of CG, that there is no court at all, there is no sort of accountability, there is no sort of understanding that the effects of climate change are actually cross-border. And when we say cross-border, it needs to also be understood that even in prosecution of the domestic courts, they don't have the jurisdiction to handle the gravity of these offenses. But more specifically, when Denise tells you that, look, people are being moved from their homes to like different, to like even to other countries. Like you could survive a war crime and then you move into an area where you're facing the outcomes of climate change, right? That sort of contextualization is important because opposition does not understand that when we talk about climate change being a cross-border thing, that even in terms of holding people accountable, there is a certain limitation at which courts cannot cross. Notice that when we talk about things like bureaucracy, we've already told you that those are existing things in the world that can be worked on. I mean, even in Uganda, there are cases for environment that are like being dragged for over 5 years. Those are systematic challenges that might exist, but in a world where we have at least some sort of accountability that's being held, we think that we are safer in such a world. Now, notice again that on the question of urgency and how we built on that, like to even rank like above our opening, is that we've showed you the actual urgency that exists, right? That there is the sort of famine, the sort of people being moved from their places, the fact that even like things like the Refugee Convention does not cater for refugees that come out of climate change. You see, like there is some sort of specialization to these crimes, which also brings us to the argument that has not been tackled by CO, even OO, that look, we could expand the existing courts to handle these cases. I think Denise, and like as a sort of response to that, we show you that there is a reason as to why the ICC was put in place, and there is specific reason why the ICJ is in place. There is a different subject matter that these specific courts handle. The ICJ specifically deals with state conflict, while the ICJ deals with human individuals, and even the context of those crimes that are handled in those courts is specifically war crimes. We think that at the point where this is like a new set of crimes that cannot even be litigated, I promise you, there is actually sort of accountability that has been, like they've tried to bring climate ecocide under the ICC, but it has not been workable because the definition of crimes, as you see under Article 8 of that, and I don't even want to take you to be very legal, but you see that crimes there are genocide. They're very specific crimes, right? And even now, you see, when they talk about bureaucracy, even the bureaucracy of changing that act, right? When you look at the Kampala Convention and how that amendment of the ICC, the Kampala Convention, you can see that it took years for them to reach that understanding. So if we want to talk about bureaucracy, we think it is an existent thing. But where, on which side of the house do you have like some sort of accountability that exists? We think that it is on side CG, right? So we don't, like the bureaucracy argument cannot fly in this debate. The misunderstanding of the idea that climate change is not a jurisdictional, like it's a cross-border thing, is also a thing that the panel should take into consideration. But also when you wear a world, as CG says, that there is no court at all, we think we need some sort of accountability that can only exist at CG. To the extent that the current local policies, and because you see, like Denise told you, the way countries operate, even if they want to mitigate climate change, is on a very individualistic level. And even when we talk about sovereignty, they're always going to do something that is in their favor. So even when you talk about policies, like France will not hold itself accountable unless there is some sort of court that will hold it accountable or place sanctions or command it to act a certain way, right? We think that even things like corruption cannot fly in the debate. Because, I mean, if you have judges such as Julia Septinde on the highest courts of the world, we think neutrality can be like a thing that is established in this, because that is not a problem in the debate. The problem that the entire opposition does not understand is that there is a threshold of massiveness of the crimes, of the actions of climate change that have crossed the triability of national courts that now makes them international. Just as you see, Dominic Ongwen could not be tried for the crimes he committed in Uganda, but they had exceeded a certain threshold that now they had to be tried in the ICC. But also they don't understand the urgency that there is for there to be a universal sort of accountability that exists in terms of these courts, right? But also, they don't understand that domestic solutions are no longer a thing that can work because, one, countries operate individually, and two, they are not able to hold themselves accountable for the global harm that they cause to, for example, third world countries. We think our world is a safer world because there is some sort of accountability. Even if there are challenges, we think that the world as it is now is quite problematic because there is no sort of accountability that exists. Do I have more time? Am I in protected time? Okay, so what do you get from CG? What you got from CG is that climate change needs to be tackled from like an understanding that this is a cross-border thing that needs universal contextualization, but also like the sort of vulnerable groups that are included, and the fact that the existing mechanisms cannot deal with this. We think that we are safer on side CG. Proud to CG.
Thank you so much. I would like to first thank Melody and Miss Danita for pushing me up to here. Well, the motion states that given possible existing means, this House supports establishment of an international court to protect ecocide crimes. I'd like you to first address your mind to the long procedures of establishing these international courts. It's not something you're going to just debate about and then tomorrow they are set up. There are conferences which have to be first made. We have to first attain the assent of different countries. We have to attain signatures. That process is going to take a lot of resources, which resources would have been used to pay actors, comedians, teachers, and different media personnel to sensitize people about the dangers of ecocide. So as the opposition, we believe that sensitization is the main solution to the problem of ecocides. If we go talk to each and every person, they get to know the danger of endangering the environment, then they're going to stop. Let us emphasize or put our emphasis on talking to people, on sensitizing people, beginning with the children in schools, beginning with people who are always on TikTok. Let us put their sensitization programs on televisions. That's how we are going to get rid of environmental challenges than running to formation of an international court. Not granted. First of all, let us first think about the hierarchy of courts. You're not going to commit a crime and then immediately run to the international court to solve the matter, or for the aggrieved party to run to the international court. There are procedures to be followed. We have appeals. You're not immediately going to run to an international court to seek a remedy or to get justice for a person who has destroyed the environment. I don't know whether it was the closing government, the first speaker, talked about international corporations. But we still have international organizations which are already promoting international corporations. We have the United Nations. Then why do we need to first think about formation of an international court in order to promote international corporations when we already have organizations which are already promoting international corporations? We have the United Nations. We have the African Union. All of those ones are promoting international cooperation. So to solve the problem of ecocides, we don't have to first run to first think about formation of an international court when we still have other things like sensitization. Even when we form an international court, it is going to be faced with a lot of challenges. Remember, an international court, we are going to employ justices from different countries. Different countries. So it means a person will not have that patriotism because it's not in his country, so he will not have that patriotism of working. Another thing, if the international court is going to be solving cases concerned with ecocides, now it means that each case which happens in a country is going to be taken to the international court. This court is going to be faced with a lot of cases. That is going to create bulky of work. Yet there are simple things we can do to stop ecocides. For example, sensitization, as I already said. Granted. All right, thank you. If you educate them, they will not destroy the environment, so there will be no cases to be taken to the CJ. And we already have existing courts. We already have legal remedies to people who destroy the environment. Now, why do we have to create another court when we already have the existing ones? If we have failed to manage the existing ones, how are we going to manage the international court, which has different people from different countries? There are a lot of countries in this world. So how are we going to manage all those people when we have even failed to manage it at the national level? So we have to start with the little we have. We have to start with the national levels. We have to start with solving the corruption in the courts, in the national courts, than before thinking about forming an international court, which is going to be having a wider range of corruption, because people are not patriotic. They don't care. If a case is not from my country, then why would I care? I'm talking about the people who will be working in an international court. Not granted. You're going to spoil a lot of resources in organizing conferences, in organizing debates, in organizing, in moving to different countries to attain assent in order to form an international court. Yet the environment this side is being destroyed. We already have this problem. People are already destroying the environment. Even right now I'm speaking, but the environment is being destroyed. So we need to get those resources and talk to people. No one would wish to destroy the environment, knowing that if I destroy the environment, the effects are going to affect me and my family and my children and the world I'm living in. No one would wish to do that. Because why would I spoil my home? It's like sitting on a branch and then you cut the branch to fall down. Not granted. Therefore, I would like to rest my case by saying that there are other procedures we can follow than establishing an international court. Let us talk to the people. Let us sensitize the people than running to form it than running to legal proceedings. Thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Opposition Whip, for your speech. That brings us to the end of the debate. The panel and myself are going to step out for deliberation, and then we shall come back with the results of how we felt this particular round went. Peter, as the panel steps out, we just want to pose a question to the audience for discussion. Peter, Danita, could you kindly come and take over? So the question we're going to leave you for discussion is, the Amazon currently is one of the countries that is facing the worst ecocide crimes worldwide, and it is shared among 8 countries in South America. So which government then would you think has the mandate to handle the injustice that is happening? That's the discussion as the panel we feel like you should have as we step out for deliberation. We are saying that the Amazon currently is facing one of the worst ecocide crimes worldwide, and it is shared among 8 countries in South America. So which government do you think would be best placed to tackle the injustice that is happening? How do you think they could be able to avert whatever dangers and challenges to their environment that is being faced by them currently?
All right. Welcome back from that very heated final. Please clap for the finalists. A round of applause for all the finalists. They've just asked me if they can leave. Yes, you can leave by the powers conferred to me. You're just enjoying. This is very interesting. The finalists do not want to leave their seats because they want to ensure that everyone takes a fair share of the awards that are on my left. So they have requested not to leave. I've been told that we have a topic, a very interesting topic. But I think before we do that topic, I have a very interesting more topic. And I have a very interesting panel of a gentleman and ladies who are going to share with us about this thing called Sankofa. Yeah? And how are we going to, go back in history and reclaim and reaffirm our commitment, remembering our history, but also reaffirm So it's just very small announcements. I've been informed that participants and judges, please pass by the table. Participants and the judges, please pass by our registration desk that are on Shakira's table, and you register with her. Please register with our team leader, Shakira. All right, so okay, so once again, a warm good afternoon to you all. We'll, like I earlier said, we are getting in for our afternoon session. And like I informed you earlier, we have a panel of very, very informed panelists that will be sharing with us this afternoon about a topic or the theme that we chose this year, and that is Sankofa. Earlier, for those who came in a little late, you missed the documentary, but we'll request the team from Vijana to display that as probably we set up. Sankofa really simply means going back in history and then using that history to shape up the future. So this afternoon, we'll be having a panel discussion. And I have already introduced some of the members of the panel. I'll do that again as they join us later. That is recalling our history, reaffirming our commitment to amplifying women voices. So that's what we're going to discuss just in a few minutes from now. That panel is going to be moderated by Danita Turiho Karunji, who is our communications lead at Elle Parle. For those who joined in a little later, I will introduce to us briefly the members of the panel that will be joining Danita. The first and the only gentleman on the panel is Mr. Andrew Chamagero. Please clap for Andrew. Andrew works with the Nation Media. He's a news anchor. And part of the other things that he also does, he's a steering chairperson of a very interesting group called Man Cave UG. So, Andrew, thank you for accepting our invitation. If you have not attended that space, every Saturday you need to log on. Very, very interesting conversations. How I wish we had grabbed our good friend, Kutesa, to be here. Thank you, Andrew. Next on the panel, we'll be joined by Sarah. Sarah Nakame works with Mempro. Please wave to us, Mempro. Please clap for Sarah. Sarah is the programs at Mempro. And Sarah recently also shared her insights and experiences at the space that we hosted at the X space. Sarah is always very, very warm when we come to Mempro. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. The other member of the panel is somebody I had already told that has contributed so much, her time, her wisdom, and also her generosity in so many respects. That is Miss Jamila Mayanja. Please clap for Miss Jamila Mayanja. She's the team leader at Smart Girls Foundation Uganda. How many of us have had Smart Girls? Yeah. This is the time where you use the internet. Wi-Fi. I am... Hey, you Google. Yeah, 5G. We upgraded. It moved from 3G. We're now at 5G. So the moment I say Smart Girls and you don't know about it, you'll be able to see her face and the work that Smart Girls is doing. Last on the panel, by no way means least, a very good friend of mine. She's very vocal on a couple of things, but also very forthright with her statements. She doesn't mince a word. If it's an X, she will give it to you as it is. But also very, very passionate about amplifying women voices. Portia Uwera works with an organization called Because of Her. Please clap for Portia. Portia will be joining the panel. In case you have not had, please clap more. You know those Twitter quiz every Friday that happen on X. So recently, Because of Her introduced some of those. And Because of Her, how many have been to the National Museum to know about history? How many? We have, yeah. The panelists are in one class, the rest of us are, we are not yet promoted to P7. We are seeing people who can go to senior one. So Portia does that work. They document women that have contributed immensely to the establishment of historical contributions to just not the country, but also across. So thank you, Portia, for accepting our invitation. I will request you to permit me to request you to stand up. Just stand up. Just a minute. Please, with me. Now that I'm already up, all of us should be standing up. Let me see how many are listening to me. Quickly. We're going to do a little. So we're going to do a very little thing. Very. I'm going to see some of us who run in the morning, others who wake up checking our Twitter. Some of you who forgot to even say hello to Jesus Christ. Allah, if you subscribe to, Islam. Then those of you also don't have a religion, we're still praying for you. Those of you who are spiritual, we're also praying for you. So we're going to do a very little teaser. So I'm going to mention something that represents an action. And we're going to see people who are going to be quick at that. So I'm going to mention something. It represents so there's a tease. Attention. We're good? A tease. Attention. A tease. Attention. We're good. We're good. So when I say left, it means attention. When I say right, it means at ease. So we're good. Remember we started. So at ease, attention. At ease, attention. So when I say right, it is what? So we go. So you need to follow. We are good. So okay, right. Left. Left. Right. Left. Right. Right. Left. If you miss the step, you sit down. Left. People are quickly sitting down. Left. Right. Right. Left. Left. Right. Right. Left. Left. Right. Right. Left. Well done. Well done. Please clap for yourselves. Yeah, well done. Well done. I can see some people who were attentive during those lectures. Eh? But I've also seen people who don't want to do press ups when they wake up. So you will accord us just a few seconds. We set this up. The Vijana Corps team. Please clap for Vijana Corps. If you're not clapping, maybe you have not been given an opportunity to be on live stream here. But we are going to accord you an opportunity. That's why you're not clapping. Vijana is ensuring that you're being watched, not just in this room, but across the board. So the Vijana team has requested that they are very unique seats that they want our panelists to use. So we'll just accord us just a few seconds. We'll set it up, and then we'll have our panel, right? All right. So thank you. I'll shortly be handing that to Vijana. All right. All right. Can I have? All right. May I have your attention? May I have your attention? Thank you very much. I like the fact that we're very adaptive. I talked about networking, and when Vijana decided to help us set up, we took the initiative. So after the panel, I'll ask you if you know your neighbor's name, if you have their phone number. But don't take it for bad intentions. Like tell them that they don't have roads to their area, that somebody has said electricity. Tell them that for them, when you send them a WhatsApp, they receive it after 5 days. Yeah. So our moderator is already here. She requested me that I do the honors to now invite our panelists. I request that we are as attentive, as engaging. I've also been told that the panelists requested that the audience engages in the conversation. So you need to listen as they share so that you can ask them questions. So once again, in no particular order, please clap for Miss Wera Portia as she makes her way. Now you know her, right? You've just been hearing me make mention of her name. Please clap for Miss Jamila Mayanja. She's a team leader at Smart Girls Foundation. Please clap for. If you don't get an opportunity after here, some of these people, you've been seeing them on Twitter, you watch them on TV. Yeah. It's very stable. I can confirm. If anything happens, I will sue the hotel and its ancestors. Yes, the hotel and its ancestors. Join me, welcome Sarah Nakame, who is the programs manager at MEMPRO. Please clap for Sarah. MEMPRO has been very, right from the first edition, they've been with Elle Parle. Please clap for Sarah. And they do so much work. You can check them out on Twitter. Use our Wi-Fi, to Google. Yeah. And the only gentleman on the panel, Mr. Andrew Chamagero, my good friend. Please welcome with me, Andrew. Andrew works with Nation Media. Madam Moderator, over to you. Yes, and by no way means least, our moderator for the panel this afternoon is none other than, I just need to make mention that Danita Turiho Karunji is a student of law at Makerere University. You see, she's a student at Uganda Christian University. What other thing do you do? She says she studies, but she's also the communications lead at Elle Parle. Please clap for our moderator.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can I just say how honored I am to be here and to host such an esteemed panel. My name is Tureho Danita, like they introduced, and I will be your moderator for this session. So this is going to be a more interactive session. The thing about our topic is that we chose the history, to intertwine the history with contextualize it. We shall not be existing in the abstract as we engage on this matter. We shall be existing in things as they are. So the questions posed to our panelists shall be on matters that are affecting women, but not just women, because women exist as a part of society. Women are society. So it will be an intersectional engagement. Our esteemed panelists are very, very, very knowledgeable on this matter. So we shall just be jumping right into it. The lady right next to me, Portia, as an avid Twitter follower. The thing about the women's rights movement today and feminism as a blanket term is that it's such a controversial topic. So many people have different narratives around it. There's so many contexts in which it is being appreciated. What, in your opinion, is feminism as we know it? What does it look like to you? What do you define it as? And then this same question shall be posed, and then to add on to it, do you identify as a feminist? The same question will be posed to Mr. Chamagero after Portia, who will give us his insight. I do hope you guys can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay, apologies for that. Right, my question was that feminism is such a controversial topic as we know it right now. There's so many narratives surrounding it. There's so many, everyone has a different opinion of it. So I'm asking Portia and I'm asking Mr. Chamagaro following, what is feminism to you? And more than that, do you identify as a feminist?
Hello, everyone. Hi, once again, my name is Portia, and yes, I identify as a feminist. And to me, feminism is the equality of sexes, and politically, socially, sexually, and in all forms of sphere that we show up as people and womanhood. And feminism being controversial is not something that is new. It's been controversial since its conception. The ideal which pushes back against patriarchy is supposed to be fought. We're changing the norm. We are saying your school of thought has no sense to it, and ours, I think, is a little bit more fair and able to bring a more and more equitable society. And what I'd like to distinguish feminism from is the bastardization that it has gone through over the years, and people trying to insert their own narratives to it without actually giving the time to feminist voices or encountering our literature. Our literature is scholarly thought. The same way you run into naturalism, stoicism, patriarchal thoughts, the same way you run into a school of thought that mixes science, politics, social experiences, mental health experiences. It is its own well-established school with its own literature, with its own academic writings, with our own papers. These are all researches that come against the existing bias that has been built against women. Our work as feminists is to critique our society till it can reach the point where women are treated as human beings. Feminism to me is the radical thought that women are human beings as well and deserving of the very same privileges that any other person encounters. And also I'd like to say I'm an intersectional feminist. I take into account people's race, class, sex, sexual orientation as well, in how these systems differently oppress them. I do not look at them in just one experience. Because let's say I'm Portia, went to all these nice schools of this level or what. My experience cannot be the same experience with another lady of a different background. So I'm an intersectional Afro-feminist. Maybe pass it.
Thank you. Check. Check 1, 2. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Greetings from my beautiful wife, Linda, and my children. Thank you. She's watching this from the other side. I want to, first of all, I'm sapiosexual by ideology. I'm attracted to brilliant people. And feminism for me means equity, simple and plain. What I can do, Linda can do, even at times better. We are human beings that are gifted uniquely. Much as I'm an African man and I'm Uganda man at it, I strongly believe we're gifted uniquely. So I'm not a monopoly of knowledge. I'm not a monopoly of everything. My task on earth is to complement with other human beings and make my life worth living. That's how I perceive feminism. Our country and a couple of men in my generation have identified feminism, for lack of a better word, with a chauvinism lens. They're not informed, they don't read, and they're not exposed. Traveling is different from being exposed. You can go to Dubai, you see the Burj Khalifa, but you're not exposed to the way it was constructed, the way it was constructed. And I approach feminism with a buffet mindset. There are those that are served at the buffet
but when they don't qualify to serve themselves yet. We should believe that some people in our times and age still qualify to be served, not to be given the luxury to go and serve themselves, because what they will find on the dinner table will be too much for them to consume. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chamagiro. That was very, very insightful. Miss Mayanja, you are a women's rights advocate. This has been your life. This is your life's purpose. I want you to take us back to the history of feminism. Our topic today is recalling the history and then bringing it forward to empower women and affirm the voices. Have we kept in touch with the history? Have we kept true to what we started? When the feminist movement was initiated, there were so many promises made, there were so many beliefs that it founded itself upon. Have we kept true to it? Have we managed to reach where we are? Or are there certain things that we are doing that have taken us off course? Are there certain things we should be leaving?
Thank you. My name is Jamila Mayanja. You said it right. When it comes to women, I will stand there. But also, I believe with you can't empower a woman or fight for women's rights without empowering the boy or the man. And I'm glad Andrew is actually here. And speaking of history, I'm not that old. Yeah. So unfortunately, I don't know so much history, but according to my work, because I'm an educator, I'm a social entrepreneur, in the line of work, I'm not going to go so far with history, but I'm going to go as far as Malala, because I'm an educator. And Malala's fight for rights of education for mostly the girl child, I would say for now, we are getting there. We are not as bad as we used to be. When you get to schools right now, some schools, there are more girls than boys. Let's agree. Even myself, with Smart Girls Foundation, we empower 80% girls and 20% boys. Yeah? But before, during Malala's fight, in the countries that are in there, a young girl was not allowed to actually, sit in a classroom. A girl was believed, even in our own culture, was believed that she had to be nurtured for marriage. But now, even with amazing ladies that were on the finals, I'm blown away. Like, we didn't have that in history. We had just a few, Miriam Matembe, that would speak. Now, a girl like her, she even speaks more than is more articulate than Miriam Matembe. What means we've walked the journey, the history has defined the journey, that the fight, the feminism we are fighting for, there is actually change. And we should keep on moving, because in fields like the girls that I train, in male-dominated fields like electrical engineering and mechanical engineering, you still find people who are in shock that there is a mechanical engineer at this time and day of age. You're still in shock. Like, I travel to the world and then I tell them I'm training lady plumbers. Like, how are they doing that work? So what means, as much as we've moved a step, there's still some few areas, maybe in leadership, in health, in education, in social well-being, that still we believe the equity is still missing when it comes to feminism. The equity of knowing that there's supposed to be equal pay for women and men. That what exactly Andrew has said, what a man can do, a woman can do even much better. So as much as we've moved a step according to history in a few areas, mostly in the area that are more expertized, there are still a few challenges we need to fight, starting with equal pay, equal rights in health, that we still need to work on. Thank you.
Okay then, thank you so much, Ms. Mayanja. Sarah, you're very, very, very eager.
Yes. Thank you very much. And I want to add to her submission. And for me, when I think about history, I believe it is proof of possibilities. And when I think about the present, it's a call to dare, a call to be courageous. How and why? So when you think about women like the Sarah Antiros, the Speciosas of this world, when you think about women like Sylvia, and whether it's the political, social, economic, the women who you think about, that in Malawi we have Banda,
And then in Sierra Leone, we have Salif Johnson. So when you think about those women and what they were able to overcome to become who they are, in a time where technology was not what it is now, in a time where infrastructure and structures were not what they were now, but yet they put their best foot forward to become what they are, proving that history to us now should be proof of possibilities. So every young woman who is sitting in this room, and the young women that we have evidenced, with great arguments, given 10 minutes to prepare, think about the hardships, think about the hurdles, think about that those women overcame and the advantages we have now. So for me, when looking at history and the present, for me, I believe we are not here where we want to be. So, for example, the Ministry of Education says that in terms of parity at primary level, that boys are at the same, 50-50 at entry. But when you look at the secondary school and university, how many girls graduate from secondary schools, how many girls graduate from primary schools, then it is a big parity. The gap is so big, all right? When you look at our parliament today, we are at 500 and something parliamentarians with only 190 women parliamentarians, okay? So, when you look across the board, whether it is in employment, whether it's in agriculture, last week was the Climate Justice Week that, again, Action Aid led on. And we were informed that even at the global level, when you're looking for negotiators, female negotiators, they are hardly in those spaces, all right? So we are not yet where we want to be. But we have, Action Aid has shown, MEMPRO has shown, Vijanaco has shown, Elle Parle Women has shown that when we empower the women, we can be better and greater than the women who have come before us because of some of the added advantages that have been achieved through the course of time.
Okay, thank you so much, Sarah. I actually want to continue with you. There is something that you've mentioned about us having 536 parliamentarians, then we have 190 women. There have been arguments that have been posed that we don't need many women in a position, or we don't need exact equality in numbers. What we need is equality in voices. What we need is ladies, and you work with this. MEMPRO, I know, does a lot of empowerment of young ladies. What are your views on this? What is the status? Are we empowering women who are actually going to speak, or are we empowering women or are we actually empowering women with all these trainings and everything? How does this space look like to you? Because you are in on it.
Yeah, first of all, that's a very big distraction that we should not pay attention to. If we're talking about issues of women, like reproductive health, like the environment, we can all agree that the environmental crisis affects women more. Again, because of their position in society, because of their positions in home. And so nobody can better explain the impact of social, economic, legal injustices against women than the woman. Are we together, house? Nobody can better explain that than the woman. So that is why every day I work with a mentoring and empowerment program for young women, and we are committed to ensuring that we build the agency of every girl that walks into the MEMPRO office. First of all, to believe in themselves, but also to be able to see that while I may be able to go to school, there's a girl next door who is not able to go to school because their father told them that please first stay at home while your brother goes to school because there's no money, there's not enough money to take both of you to school. Or there's a girl who is not able to go to school because she just doesn't have sanitary pads. Are we together? Or the school where she goes, they only have one pit latrine. I have been to schools in West Nile, ladies and gentlemen, where for over 3,000 students, they only have one pit latrine. You know what that means for the girls when they are facing menstruation period? It is tough. So we need to keep empowering the women to be present in every room, to be present on every table where policies happen, where decisions have to be made for them, for their families, for their community, and for this nation.
I'd also like to add to her submission on how far we're going. I think it's now important that we get to the stage of having a gendered lens at a very early stage. Because when we are much younger, we are, told we can sew, you can do anything, it's on your pencil cases, it's on your pens, your teachers are shouting at you, but they're not giving you the right terminology. They're not telling you that actually there are systems put in place to set you behind. They're telling you you can lead, but they're not telling you exactly how to lead. We need to put in a gender lens focus into our education system, especially for our younger girls, because they know they're not dumb. They know they're being mistreated, but they don't see an avenue to change it. And these are the leaders that we are grooming. Even out of these 190 that you see, it's very few times that you get to see them come out on women's issues. An issue which is for women in specific, very few of them dare to go around that place because they know there's enough backlash around it. And I think, like we say, during those days, there was a lot less opportunity to speak about women's issues. But now, even with the larger opportunities, we're finding ourselves being silenced. We're finding we're not at needle point with our points. We have someone who's going to shout within the Parliament's house and call another a woman parliamentarian a slut or something, and people are going to continue with the session without the other fellow women parliamentarians standing up and leaving and saying, we'll not tolerate this. There must be a certain level of razor-level, eye-focused teaching of young girls about their position and what they need to do to get to the next step. And we also need to build further solidarity. I think we can't have any more forward movement when we're not all, in some way, shape, or form, chosen and saying, you know what, I'm going to hold my sister's hand. If she's a politician, if she's an engineer, if she's a market lady, how am I going to build community with other women to push each other to get there? Because the men can only give us so many things, but the men have other powerful men who set the limit on what they want to give us actually. So now we know that there's a limit to what they can give us. How do we build outside of it? And how do we build so that we surround them out of pushing us out? And we cannot do that without a community of all women from all walks of life, across religion, across everything. So moving forward, we need our education to become a little bit more realistic about what we can achieve as women. And then also we need to build community in whichever shape that comes, whether it's a book club that you meet with other women, or it's a professional association. We need to strengthen our communities if we're to push and get to where we need to be, especially here in Uganda.
Can I just supplement what Uwera says? I will use Uwera, Pan-African by ideology. I want us to face a very honest and comfortable trait in our cultures. When Jamila is educated, Jamila is told to thrive and get masters and PhDs. Sindio? But the night or the week before she gets married, she's taken in a room and she's now going to be trained by people who don't have her caliber of understanding and contextualizing of issues, and they're teaching her how to be a better wife. She has a PhD and they're telling her, Omwami wabayo gera tokolachi. And this is where I find problems, and we have had an agreement with my wife on this, that before my daughter Zaza gets married, we are going to have a meeting with that man in question. I'm going to have a conversation with him because I've seen my father do this, because my sisters have a tendency of leaking out the questions to them. So when they come to ask for marriage, our father calls for the first meeting and says, walk with me to the garden. In media, we're trained that if someone is moving, they can't lie. So be very careful when someone says, take a walk with me. You can't lie. You can't concentrate. On this walk, my father asks very crucial questions, which sometimes come off as irrational and unconventional. Because he's preparing and he's trying to see, will you match? I'm going to be in conversations again and again. Barbara didn't cook, Barbara didn't do this. I need to get to this level. While we are in this room speaking, women were very good at speaking to you when you're in our spaces where we are speaking English. But after these meetings, you go back to your rooms and your homes, your culture women. You're inclined to your religion. That's what you speak to. I want you to have a very honest conversation with your spirit in this room. And what kind of mother are you going to be a night before your daughter is getting married? Who is speaking to your daughter, Kwanzaa? Think about it. Because I've seen people be in those rooms and tell them, after all this education and this exposure, you're still a woman. But you've educated this girl to the highest level of education. And does it shock us that when we were on the floor of Parliament, when we were in Kenya, and a lady MP had a spot on her skirt, MP started to make fun of her until Millicent Odhiambo stood up and said, you're not going to menstrual shame a woman because she didn't know her days are here. So while we are speaking about the women being in the lead, women taking up the tables, sometimes the ones we send on those tables are easily to be compromised. Have we thought about it? Are we sending the right people with the right tone, with the right language? Because oftentimes the language I meet on those tables were a perpetrated, toned and language-toned women. You did this, you're pointing fingers. So every time you point fingers, you're going to get men like my friend Kutesa, who is going to come up and say, Kati, bwebyali, bwebiri, vawano. Because our tone and language does not seem to meet the kind of generation we have. I'm soft-spoken, but when you speak to my wife, she'll say Andrew is assertive. But I don't beat. And I don't speak to her in a violent tone, but I know where the layers are. So while we are having these conversations and we want to uphold women, I want us to face the honest and comfortable truth about the women in the spaces where we are. We sabotage ourselves. We are naturally competitive. If there is a woman who has gone to a particular level where you're not, you feel that they don't qualify to be there. And if they qualify to be there, you want them to run your narrative, not their entire narrative. Can we get to these spaces and we have this reality? I'll give you an example. In media, where I sit, there is something I found designed by the British in the newsroom, and it's very disgusting. That when a woman gets pregnant and she's going to give birth, we're already planning at the strategic level. When she comes back, she's going to have baby weight. So what do? We promote her from a news anchor to now a producer. Because the portrait we're selling to the women out there, it's a petite, beautiful woman without baby fat arms. And it's not shocking that when they're giving them leave, they say, you can take a year. It's okay, we'll pay you. But while they're paying you, they're training Sarah to get in her position. So when she comes back, she has a lot of hurdles. She has immunization days, she has sickly days, mommy this, mommy that, birthday, break. It's a lot going on. So how do we put her in a candle she can't see? We give her more monies and now she's a producer. She's off air. Key element is she is off. So the narrative we're selling, for a woman to be a good news anchor, she has to be beautiful when she's not married. And it's so glaring in our eyes that even when we're signing these contracts, we don't read through them. I always tell the female anchors they bring on board, I say, please read this article. There is a clause that says, if you're going to be a news anchor, don't get pregnant in the first 3 years. And these are designed by women who are in the human resource, who are equally women. So when we're here speaking about the issue, I'm always looking at the equity. If my HR is a woman and can give birth and can get married, why do I stop Jamila from getting pregnant? Where is the equity there? So I'm always at crossroads when I find women saying that we're doing this, but you guys are fighting in silos. And the ones you've sent on those tables where men are, they're easy to compromise. Bali Muruzungu. They're speaking English, but they're not implementing what you're agreeing upon. So if we're going to have these conversations here, I want us to challenge again the men and women on these forums. Are we speaking because the donor wants to speak this tone? Or do we really want the change in our homes? It starts from our homes. Am I in position to allow my wife to go and fly further? Am I allowed to allow Linda to go in the way she's dressed and she's going for the girls' night out and she's trucking and my boys are calling me, Chamagiroli, I'm Diwaka. Madam Waliwa, I'm like, she's out. And am I in position to defend my wife because she's a different generation from me, but she's still my wife in her age? If we can have those conversations, comrades, it's a revolution just to please the donor, but you're not moving the work. Thank you.
One small thing, just to echo what he has said. Just yesterday, with the girls that I empower in mechanical engineering, a fellow woman stopped them to take up a very important job just because she did not want to add a changing room to a place where they could change their overalls. As simple as that. So when we are empowering the girls, when we are empowering you, we want to empower you to be able to speak for yourselves and not fear the powers that are over you. I told my girls, stand your ground. Don't call me. I've empowered you. I've given you the skill. As an electrical engineer, go and stand to that human resource manager and tell her you're willing, you're capable, you are valued to be in that space. Go higher than them to take that person off so that you are in the position I trained you to be in. We need equity.
Yeah, I would like to speak to what both Jamila and Simon have spoken about when it comes to the lack of camaraderie between, the older generation and the younger generation of women. It was a concept that I think became better to me with Jennifer Macombi's book. I think it is which one? First Daughter, thank you. And she talked about the concept of kweluma, or known as crabs in a barrel kind of system. Like if you're all crabs in a barrel, you're all going to climb and pierce on each other to jump out of the barrel for survival. Most women treat other women poorly because of survival. And the whole instinct that, they can only be one. Because if there are more, they have to pay us more. That kind of survival of the fittest concept that now we have been groomed into. And, you come from a place of, those of us went to really traditional single girls schooling. There was no camaraderie. We were girls spending time with each other every single day. But there was nothing in our, schooling or any other talks about building camaraderie and how you build each other. And it was even worse for the older generations of women. They were competing on a whole other different scale from what it is now. We are coming into a new space where we're trying to rewire our minds out of patriarchal thinking, which you're taught from a very young age. Because most times I used to also get upset, but I no longer get upset with people the women who have turned into fellow oppressors. I just know that they haven't yet had their aha moment. The light bulb hasn't yet gone off for them to be like, you know what? I think I'm on the wrong side of things. Because this new wave, because feminism has been coming in waves from the first to the second to the third. In Uganda and across the world, the 70s was a big movement, women empowerment. We started getting onto television. We started writing our own names on books, And then comes the 80s, the biggest backlash. You have women's presentation going down. We are pushed into the workforce, but we're being heavily underpaid. So now we are coming back with a new digital wave where we're able to spread our information and our narratives the way we want to spread them to a certain extent. And that's how our community, again, is being rebuilt. When I meet another older lady who has, very different views than me, I just, take it as my duty to educate her and know that actually she's just missing that ideal in her mind, and that gap is definitely there. And also to just dispel the idea that all women are saints. We're not saints. You're going to encounter bad women, and that's also another part of being a human being. Some women are just going to be bad, and that is also the other same way some men are just going to be bad. But that should not preclude you from your work or moving forward or anything of that sort. Just like Jamila said, you stand up to her. Most times I've realized when you rear your head back at someone, especially when they're oppressing you and you tell them, hey, they get ashamed and they back off. So sometimes you will have to do that battle even with someone who you may consider an older sister, an older employee, but you have to stand on your ground. But then also take into cognitive fact that in this patriarchal system, some people are going to shy away and they're going to get afraid of facing the despair of being behind and being a woman. So their way of coping with that particular situation is pretending like it's not there or beating down the other woman just so that they can get ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I love the direction this question took because it covered majority of everything I would like to learn from this discussion. When I started joining the feminist movement, it was a hustle. First of all, I joined because the organization I was interning at was a feminist organization. And then I was influenced by the women there. I was touched by the stories there. There was no going back from there until I reached school. And the girls and the women I met there told me, Denise, I'm not a feminist, I'm a women's rights activist. The gentlemen I met there put me down because feminism is man-hating. So eventually I became part of the closeted feminist movement. I don't know if there are any identifiers here, those of us who identify as feminist, but in the closet. I know there's some of us here. It's okay, sisters. I was there. So one thing that I found a hustle was finding, because we're told in the movement, speak up to people or, stand against the patriarchy, find your rights as women, but they never tell us how. You never hear how. You learn as you were there. That is something I would have wanted to have known at the very start. I know there are so many young ladies here who would have wanted to know this. So I would like to pose it as before we proceed to get just two questions from the audience. How do we do this? How do we contextualize feminism? How do we become what we want to be? Because there's so many voices, but I just wanted to have known how when I started. I just wanted to have known where to go. I just wanted to have known who to turn to and how to find them. So, yes, please, Jamila.
That with the dilemma I had yesterday with my girls. I won't mention the company because it's all of you know it. It's the fact that I've trained my girls and I've worked with them the journey of being trained in these male-dominated skills and also working with them the journey to actually get work within these skill sets. It's the challenges of equity and feminism within these works is really real. And that's the exact question we start with my team. How do we train the girls that we want to be there for them every day to be their voices? They have to be their own persons to struggle. They have to be their own person to advocate for their rights in these spaces. That if I've sent a girl, a lady plumber, you never see lady plumbers, right? If National Water comes to you, what is the biggest percentage that comes to you? Okay. The men. And then they come in with their shoes and step onto their beds. Yeah? You've noticed. So for me, the first thing I tell them, before you walk into these spaces, act smart. Because unfortunately, when we are trying to prove ourselves, we have to show that we are more educated, we're more articulate, we are more skilled than these people. So I told them, be different than the normal plumber in National Water. So that starts from the way you do your work, the way you carry yourself. When you go to someone's place, be the asset than the liability. When you meet a mechanic, what's the first thing you know about a mechanic? They are dirty. So when you meet my lady mechanics, they're going to be scriptly clean. So already alone that we have fought that narrative that the usual mechanic is dirty. So if a lady is going to join them, most of them, the few you've met the lady mechanics that I have not empowered and I have not empowered that, yeah, they have stood out with their behavior, with their poise, with their skills. They're humble, they're honest, they're ethical. So alone that is going to fight that feminism. But you're not going to come and shout. You're using your skills. So when they get to the workspaces and still they're being fought, because we went to a garage and the first thing the guy told us, these people are weak. How are they going to handle a machine? Technology has come, my dear. They are pulleys that carry the engines. We educate the guys who own these garages. By the way, you need to buy this machine. So I've told the girls to be the voices, to be the teachers, to those guys who put down the feminism, that this can be done different, and I can do it much better. So first they become the assets, not the liabilities, and then I teach them to run to try and navigate the power over us? How do they handle the power within, the power dynamics within the workspaces they're actually going to? For example, that human resource manager, I tell them, you have other ways. Look for the boss's Twitter handle. Let's go behind and talk to the boss of the human resource managers. So they work, they navigate through the power dynamics within the workspaces that they're in, so that they can assume their power and their power can put forward. So, but before we get to the shout out, they have proven their worth. And their worth is much more than the men that are trying to put them down, than the women that are trying to put them down. So this human resource manager yesterday showed she did not have the skills that she learned, because my girls went out there and proved their worth more than her. So that's what I teach them. Thank you. Sorry, I get passionate about that.
I could feel your breath. My issue here is, how do we bridge this gap? It starts with patterns at home. When you have children, who do you buy for a baby doll and who do you buy for a big truck? I believe in homes. I believe in family. Who gets to ride daddy's bike and who gets to play fumba fumba? So these things start from homes. And up here we are scavenging with fixing things we failed when we still had time. We start with the formative years, between 0 to 12 years. Let's allow children be children. And it's at that moment that you're going to start to nurture them to what you want them to be. Again, it comes with patterns. Someone who grew up in a home where they were limited to just cooking, where they even had a rota. Barbara, you're cooking today. Brenda, you're cooking the other day. There is no Andrew cooking anywhere. Don't get shocked when they come up here and they've failed in some arenas. So I strongly believe that there's some patterns we need to break right from home. If we say that you wake up in the morning and you do chores, you're going to do chores. There are days I wash my car with my daughter. And I tell her, it doesn't matter whether you're a girl or what. You must have some skills. I'm not going to baby you this, baby you that. When they beat Zaza, I'm all up in arms. No. So it starts with our tones right from our homes. Why do you buy her a pink color and you buy him a blue color? Those of you who have read the book, Blue is Not for Boys, I think it starts we need to switch our minds as parents from the word go. You're not going to come and you're all saying, "Ooh, daddy did this." And for the boy, you're just going to look at him and you tell him you're a man. You don't cry. No. If he's hurt, I want to see him that he comes and says, "This is unfair." My son is 7 years, but he calls for meetings. He tells me, "Muchala wengiri jatwisa mwana nga toli wo sinambulukufu." And I'm placed between a hard rock to defend my love and my children. And I tell her, "Please explain yourself." Can we start to allow to be accountable to our children? Instead of saying, "Zenyoko, Tombuza." No. Can we start to have that conversation? See, we have trauma that we have not healed as adults. And we are passing this on to children. And I was talking to Uwera and Jamila before, that if you get to this level and you marry someone who never attended and is not self-aware of their trauma growing up, your normal is abnormal to them. I don't speak a lot when I'm home, but if Linda grew up in a home where the father was always I become abnormal to her. She's like, "Msajja asirika nnyo. Alabika alina ky'abala." But my normal is I'm going to be silent, I'm going to be quiet, and I'm going to look through what needs to be done. The same way, if a woman grew in a home where she's silent and I'm very talkative, I'm going to be insecure. Not because she's a bad wife, but my normal has met her normal and it's abnormal to me. So, first things first. While we're at home, let's nurture our children with the equity we want them to see them. Don't get scared. I see my father every say, no. I'm preparing Zaza to meet the same wavelength with maybe Ahawe's son. That they're going to have conversations that are intellectual and they can disagree but still be husband and wife. That is one. But secondly, the communities where we are, can we just stop to allow illiterate people to talk to our children about what is right? Yeah, I know this is very uncomfortable, but I'm not going to allow my sister who ditched education, my sister who despises what he stands for, to speak to my daughter a night before she gets married. I'm going to allow my wife to speak to her and tell her what is expected of her from the culture context. But give her a latitude to choose what is right for her. You know, you could have all the rights you have, that these are my rights. But can she go at the back of her mind and say, Papa, you say this is my right, but is it right for me? Having, you know, being a woman does not mean you don't have brains to think. I don't believe so. So, to finally wrap this up, can we allow people to think by their brains and we allow them to flourish on that path they choose? And when we meet them there, we don't speak with a perpetrator tone and language and criticism tone and language, but rather meet it with warmth and give them a chance to live. And when they leave, we'll see ourselves living in the same vein. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would like to add to the question as well and say that for all the young women who are here, I know you have knocked on some doors, and I will mention them. First of all, Elle Parle doors. Can we give a big shout out to Elle Parle? Yeah, for nurturing the voice, the confidence through debate and public speaking. And then for the mentoring and empowerment program for young women. For Action Aid, seeing the team Mercy Grace Munduru, seeing the team Isabella Akiteng, seeing all these teams, right? It speaks to the fact that some organizations, some CSOs, some individuals are doing something right. And so we can go and knock on those doors. So when I say Forward Here, when I see Vijanako, when I see all the organizations represented here, I'm saying that we, like, you know, the women's movement, it's not a single, you know, CS organization, but there are many, and we are trying to do many things right. And so let's have the confidence to knock on the door to say, I'd love to be volunteer here, or to do an internship here, or I want someone to hold my hand on this journey that I am on. I also loved the theme of this Elle Parle, the power of the inner voice, right? So when you listen to your inner voice and you give yourself the permission for that to be nurtured, and eventually after a journey of mentorship, after a journey of someone holding your hand, you will be able to do the things that the girls have showcased this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Okay then, thank you so much for that insight. We shall have one question from the audience before we close the panel discussion. Just one question. Anyone? Yes, please, the lady there. Kindly keep it short and brief. Someone could get a mic to her, or...
All right. Thank you, moderator, the panelists, and the audience. From the observations, it really looks like today's discussion was about the kind of feminism that looks at equal opportunities. And I would just love to pick your mind on just this kind of other feminism that I'll quote from what Pat Robertson said, that the feminism agenda is not about equal rights for women. It's about a socialist, anti-family political movement that encourages women to leave their husbands, kill their children, practice witchcraft, destroy capitalism, and become lesbians. So I just, because this other kind of feminism is also in existence, and it's especially sweeping out the the young generation as the young girls. So I just love to have your mind on that kind of feminism besides having equal opportunities for women. Thank you.
Okay, we shall have Portia and then Mr. Chamagaro answer the question very briefly.
I wish I had that quote so that I could break it down piece by piece by piece, but unfortunately I don't have it and I don't have that time. I wholesomely disagree with that quote. Feminism does not encourage any of those particular things. When they talk about the family structure, what feminism questions in that family structure is how women's labor is not counted and how much we have to carry into families that is not recognized, as not appreciated. You have the family structure that says that we love mothers, but a society that doesn't make room for mothers to thrive. There's no paid, the maternity leave is not at par. You go to buildings, there's no at feed your child. Even our restaurants there's no space for children to exist, but then you say that you love the family unit. If you love the family unit, support mothers. Pay them. Support their husbands to support them. Where is the living wage for them? Where is the welfare for mothers? Those who are saying feminism is the one that is breaking the family unit. The society is breaking the family unit by being so incredibly capitalist and refusing to support the family to thrive. We go to the next one. When they say feminism encourages women to be lesbians or anything like that, sexual orientation is not influenced by how can I say, by just only thoughts or anything like that. If someone has made that choice, ultimately, especially in an African country, to present that way, by the way, nothing was going to stop them. Nothing, no school of thought, anything, because it's extremely dangerous. It's extremely dangerous, and it cannot be drawn down to saying feminism. We don't go into a feminist class and say, everybody, I think you should all turn into lesbians. That's, again, extremist thought, and it's not founded in anything. There are no reports, there are no studies. It's once again, people who want us to distract us from the work of women's rights. When I come and I see critiques of feminism, I want to talk to people who have, encountered our communities, have had issues with our communities, they've encountered our literature, and they've actually given us a chance. I can't have someone who has not really interacted with us come to tell us what to do, how we organize ourselves, because they're distracting us from the important work. As I've taken a time to fight with someone on Twitter, there's someone who needs my help. There's another girl who needs my help. All of those different school of thought said, women have been doing this, or they're breaking down the family. Well, that's distraction. They're not allowing you to point your mind to the real systematic issue. You're being distracted, basically, to go into different rants and different excuses about what's not being done. Okay, they say they love their children. Their children, what about them? What are you doing about the pedophiles? What are you doing about the culture? You've refused to take it down. You've refused to legislate. You've refused to put people in prison. You somehow imagine that these children are going to stop being vulnerable the next day. They are not. You have people who are now fighting the 1.5. They're telling us the 1.5 does not make sense, as if women are going to stop being poor once they remove it. People are distracting us continuously with those statements, and I don't take them seriously. I really don't. Feminism in itself is a scholarly thought. It's academic. It's well researched. And I encourage people to actually sit down and read. Get off the Twitter spaces, get off those things. Go on the internet. Google is a good enough search engine. Go and read. Go and read about what's actually happening to the women on ground across the world and in Uganda in itself. Then you'll cease to have these debates because you know that it's actually work to be done, and it's a lot of work to be done at that. You will not bother with the time to wonder, this statement, or what the family is, because then you will know the real enemy of family, and you know what it will look like. So that's what I say to that question is, I don't give those people time because they've not put in the work. They have not been like Jamila looking to empower girls in male-dominated spaces. They are not doing it. They are not at MEMPRO. They are not, even online with the small spaces, they are not doing it. What they come to do is just to distract you, to cause more problems, and make it look like us who are pushing for equity, not only for ourselves, but for even the younger women coming after us, try to make us seem like we are vampires with our teeth out. Since when, how can I be as a feminist identified at the same level as a terrorist? Like, this is ridiculous. Have you ever counted feminist movements with even armed feminist movements? No. How can we suddenly be the face of the worst person in the world? It's insane. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not founded. And what I can live with is, if you find a woman in any society, and everyone is pointing fingers at her, she's this, she's that, No. If you've already seen that they've already labeled her a particular thing, just know that woman is either doing something really right and she's getting a lot of hate for it, or she's being used as some banner of some agenda of like the different incel cultures, men movements, things that are only there to distract us from the great work we're doing. Even all of us who are coming to this space to listen to these young women talk, to be a part of Elle Parle, we're doing something great and we're building a different platform. So I just ask that you further educate yourself, read more books, and enter into real feminist communities, because Uganda has one of the largest and strongest and oldest feminist communities in Africa. Look for these spaces, interact with real feminists, educate your friends, come along, move away from the online noise, okay? Move away from the noise and come to see it in real life, then you will know that whatever is in that quote was just okugambobsha, for lack of a better word. Yeah, okugambobsha, just say anything for anything, say.
Thank you. Let's clap for Wera, ladies and gentlemen. To respond to that, I want to challenge you to read a book called Sexuality by Dr. T. You can find it on Twitter. You can find it on Twitter. You scan the code and you buy the book. I met Dr. T in Thailand in a sexuality conference. See, one problem as Ugandans we don't read. And we don't research. And I'll tell you for a fact, a man or anyone who shouts that feminism is teaching women to become lesbians and hate men. I have a feminist in my house. I sleep with her. And I have babies with her. So there is no data and research that is backing this up. Those distractions in public speaking, we say that if someone interrupts you, it means you're speaking facts. Be very alert on that. I'm on the pronatalism board globally and the Population Balance International. There is a new movement that is called the child-free movement. Have you heard about it? Now, the child-free movement, when you interact with them, they don't tell you they don't have sex. They just don't want babies. Does that give you context? They have sex with men, but they just don't want babies. And this is informed in a couple of layers. It could be psychosocial, it could be child traumas, but they actually have sex and all that. So when you hear conversations that spaces of feminists are telling women not to be women and to hate men, every time I meet feminists who hate men, I tell them, can you heal first and then we have a conversation? Because I don't know you. I'm a different man. You've interacted with extremists like my friend Kutesa, but I'm and I'm a man as well. I have a dick like him, but my context to life is quite different. So when you find people who are telling you feminism is leading you to leave your relationship where you love your boyfriend or your husband, that is wrong. In media, we have something called the media desert. There is information we'll give people only in Kampala and you won't access it when you go past Kayabwe. It's a design. It's an administrative design we use. It's called media desert, that you have to create some desert of information from some people for purposes of managing them better. So for you to get out of a media desert, read, inform yourself, be in forums that disentangle this kind of school of thought. But anything without data, anything without paper, anything without discussions and research, it is baseless, it is chauvinistic in nature, it is emotional, and it deserves the discontentment there is in the world to be. Until there is one that is proven and you've seen it with evidence and data, please trash it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of our panel discussion. I think you can all agree with me when I say this has just been phenomenal. Phenomenal. Every time I come into spaces like this, every time I hear ladies and gentlemen like this, I am continuously inspired. So I would like to ask my fellow young ladies here, my fellow students, that beyond educating yourself, and please do educate yourself, thoroughly educate yourself, because for every question, for every attack they have, there is an answer. There is a well-researched answer. You just have to find it. So beyond that, beyond educating yourself, find ladies and gentlemen like this. Find people or individuals who are like-minded, people who prefer the scholarly approach, people who are in these spaces. This is the space that saved me. These are the spaces that saved me. These are the women that saved me, that held my hand through this. I continue to encourage you all, and thank you so much to our amazing panelists. Thank you so much. This has been magnificent. To our audience, thank you for staying here, and we shall be proceeding to the next segment of the event. Thank you.
A round of applause to our panelists. I'm going to request quickly, briefly, please, before we step out, we are going to step out for lunch. Yes, but before we do that, may I have your attention? I've talked about lunch and everybody is already moving. I don't know who is. So, Isabella is already here. Somebody made mention of her name. So I requested Isabella in a very, very humble way to award the following people. And I believe they deserve to be awarded, right? So I would like to invite Andrew. Andrew, please. We have something very small from Elle Parle. Please make your way here. Accountability. Please clap for Andrew. Thank you very much. Andrew, this is, thank you for accepting and sharing your wisdom at this very panel. This is from Elle Parle, and we're very grateful. Thank you very much. We'll have Jamila, Miss Jamila Mayanja. Please clap for Jamila. Thank you very much for accepting, taking time off, and sharing your wisdom. Yes, thank you very much. These are sisters, eh? You can see they have wonderful, very, very wonderful. Sarah, please. Sarah from Mempro, please clap for Sarah. Sarah, I am yet to ask for a job at Mempro and Action Aid. I will be working at Action Aid main office, then I will part-time. I will walk down. And then complete my hours at Mempro. And then finally, I will invite Miss Portia Uwera. Thank you very much. Portia is a co-founder of Because of Her. Please clap for Portia. Thank you for really accepting to be here today and sharing your wisdom. Now lunch. Somebody say lunch. You've received the coupon. Fairway has ensured that we have very sumptuous lunch prepared for us. Don't leave that table until you're satisfied. Yes, I will only request Sabrina. Sabrina. Oh, Sabrina is. I need a volunteer. Atwine. Here at Elle Parle we believe in God. Atwine, rush up here. Mr. Taiwa is going to just give us a quick prayer. You pray the prayer for food. There's a time a reverend was called and he prayed for 10 hours. Then they told him the next time we'll not call you. So this one should be for food.
Let's humble ourselves for a short word of prayer. Father, we thank you for this time that we've shared knowledge and wisdom. Pray for the meal that we're going to have. Sanctify it by your word, and may it give us strength and energy for the next sessions. In Jesus' name we pray.
That's a prayer for food. I am going to invite you for the next occasions. After lunch, we'll hear from our keynote speaker. Somebody say keynote speaker. Isabella, you've just seen her. She has a lot to share with us. And after you've enjoyed your lunch, please be back in this room to hear from Isabella. And then right after that, we'll hear from Mercy, who is our guest of honor for this afternoon, right? So, Andrew, please, Andrew at the back, please raise your hand. That's Andrew. We'll have our lunch from the side of the pool. Very beautiful things. So as you enjoy your lunch, you can look at the water. Andrew has said, he told me, In case you want to take a quick shower for like after, not now, right? He will also get you a costume. So we'll just march out. Lunch will be by the side of the pool. Please enjoy. We strictly would like to observe 20 to 25 minutes and be back here and have a closing and awarding ceremony. All these things need to go out. But let's enjoy our lunch. See you shortly. Feel free to seek directions from Andrew. Andrew is just the tallest gentleman in the room now.
loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
Right, all right, all right, all right. Hello. When I say hello, you say uh-huh. When I say uh-huh, you say hello, right? Hello. Uh-huh. Hello. Uh-huh. Hello. You guys, you've just had lunch. Eh? You just had lunch. So when I say hello, you say uh-huh. Hello. Hello. Uh-huh. Hello. Yes, now I can confirm that I have your attention. Yes, hello, Bella. I can confirm that I have your attention. We'll be back from the lunch segment. We've come to the afternoon segment, which I would like to say that I believe that is very brief. And we'll do as follows. So I'm going to read to us our program for the afternoon. And after I have read to us the program, I'll request the people that will be going through the program, or those that will be part of the program, to ensure that you follow quickly and expeditiously, so that we can award the winners of the Elle Parle Women's Open 2024. Okay, so our program is going to be as follows for this very afternoon, or this very part of the afternoon, the after lunch segment. I would like to, in a special way, recognize and welcome those of you who managed to join us later, but you have reached on time. So, in case you've just joined us, we're having the finals for the Elle Parle Women's Open. And our program for the afternoon will be as follows. We'll have a speech from the tournament director, who also happens to be the team leader at Elle Parle, Miss Shakira Nak. Can we have some order? Yes, let's have some order. Let's have some order. All right, so we'll hear from the tournament director, Miss Shakira Nakalema, who is the team leader at Elle Parle. We've also accorded a few minutes to our partners, and we have representatives from each. I will confirm those who will be speaking to us. But as we speak today, we have Action Aid. Please clap for Action Aid. Action Aid is please clap for Action Aid. Guys, we've just had lunch. In this room, the only person who is not allowed to clap is fasting. So those of us who have just had lunch, you have to clap. You have to clap. So we'll have a speech from a representative from Action Aid. We'll have a speech from a representative from MEMPRO. Please clap for MEMPRO. We'll also have Vijana Corps. Please clap for Vijana Corps. They have ensured that we are live throughout this tournament. And then a representative from the Debate Society Uganda. Those are the speeches we'll have very briefly. If I accord you a minute or two, please do not stretch that further. And then thereafter, I'll invite the keynote speaker, Miss Isabella Akiteng, or people, they will not. And then we'll hear from our guest of honor. And then we'll have announcements of the final results. And then the award ceremony. We have a photo moment. We've prepared that even after your lunch, we are quite generous in that kind of a way, fair way, that even after your lunch, before you depart, please take a cup of tea. So it's not mandatory. If you feel you can't exercise it, please do not. So that's our program, briefly. You can see it's very, very brief. So if I invite you, please make your way here and make your comments as briefly as that. I'll let you know in what order the partners will be speaking. It's just going to be very, very briefly. But before I invite the tournament director, I'd like to recognize, he was yes, Ashraf. Ashraf works with Open Space. Please clap for Ashraf Kakare. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and being here this afternoon. We truly appreciate. Ashraf is also coordinating and is one of the conveners of the PAUDC. Please clap for Ashraf. We are hosting it as Uganda. So we have a very big person in our midst. If I request him that you get slots at PAUDC, the ladies, that's where you clap. Now I'll tell Ashraf, you know, you have seen the debate. Okay. I will now take this opportunity to invite the tournament director, Shakira, who will also make her speech and remarks and give her remarks in regards to this tournament. Thereafter, we'll then have, I'll invite her again to invite the keynote speaker, but we'll then, after her speech, have speeches from the partners. Shakira, you're welcome. Please clap for Shakira. I have an opportunity to work with a very serious lady. She doesn't sleep. She'll call you at 2 a.m. and say this proposal is not done. We still have work to do. Please clap for Shakira as she makes her way here. She has fought tooth and nail to ensure that we have this year's edition.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so glad to see you all, ladies and gentlemen. As he has said, my name's Shakira Nakalema. I'm a team leader, Elle Parle. I'm the one who always disturbs all of you, actually, in your own capacities. I am so sorry, but for a good cause. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, and our honored judges and CAP. As we gather here today to mark the closing ceremony of the 4th edition of Elle Parle Women is Open, I am filled with immense pride and gratitude. This year's theme is Sankofa, the power of the affirming inner voice. This theme has guided us through a journey of reflection, learning, and empowerment. I believe each one of us who has been through this tournament has been empowered in one way or the other. Sankofa, a powerful Ghanaian concept that teaches us to go back and retrieve from the past what is good and what is useful, to inform and enrich our present and the future. Throughout this tournament, we have witnessed remarkable displays of eloquence, critical thinking, and courage. Though we have been having rounds online, but our young women have not been intimidated by technology. They have still used it to become more eloquent and used a lot of thinking. Our participants have not only debated passionately, but have also delved into the rich tapestry of our shared histories, just like how you witnessed from our different resolutions, bringing to light the stories and lessons of women who have shaped our societies and cultures. These stories remind us of the resilience, the strength, and indomitable spirit of women throughout history. The main objective of this year's tournament was very clear: to learn from the past successes and failures of women's movements, to brainstorm the use of traditional knowledge for empowerment, and to challenge harmful gender stereotypes. I am proud to say that we have made significant strides in achieving these goals. Please clap for yourselves. Please clap for yourselves. Don't be mean with your hand claps. And we have seen enhanced awareness on emerging trends and challenges. Our discussions have illuminated the issues that women and girls continue to face and the innovative solutions that can drive change. As it is a norm with Elle Parle, that every year we have a different theme that changes the gender stereotypes and the society norms. The amplified voices of our young women have resonated throughout this event, offering fresh perspectives and bold ideas that inspire us all. Our debates have tackled critical and crucial issues such as deconstructing gender roles and stereotypes with reference to social media, exploring intersectional feminism, and addressing the unique needs of women in liberal democracies, and examining the impact of hard work and affirmative action in the judicial system to promote gender female participation. These discussions have not only showcased the intellectual rigor of our participants, but have also provided valuable insights into how we can continue to advance gender equality in our societies. So our participants still have shown us that practicing Sankofa, we not only honor the legacy of those who came before us, but also take responsibility for creating a better future. We have learned that our inner affirming voices, when united, can change oppression, break down barriers, and foster a more just and equitable world. To our participants, your dedication and passion have been the heart of this tournament. You have challenged norms, proposed new ideas, and stood firm in your beliefs. You have demonstrated that the power of the affirming inner voice is not just a theme, but a call to action. To our judges, your wisdom and guidance have been invaluable. You have provided us thoughtful feedback and encouraged our debaters to reach new heights. Your support has been instrumental in making this event a success. A very good, a might hand clap for our dear judges and a clap. To our organizers, the entire organizing committee, as I speak, please move closer here next to me. The entire organizing committee, because without you, the participants, the judges, and our able partners wouldn't have been here today. To our organizers and the volunteers, thank you for your tireless efforts in bringing the vision to life. Your commitment to promoting women's empowerment and gender equality is truly commendable. Dear organizing committee, please come forward. We are grateful for the support from our sponsors and partners, Action Aid International, MEMPRO, Vision Corps, and Debate Society Uganda. Your contributions have been pivotal in making this event a success, and will continue to be crucial as we move forward. Still, when we come back to you, please do not chase us away. We have a very big vision for Elle Parle, and one day we want to see that we host a very beautiful event, and everyone shall witness it. Dear organizing committee, please come forward. As we look towards the future, yes, come here. I need all of them here. As we look towards the future, I am excited to share our vision for next year's Elle Parle Women is Open. We envision a tournament that continues to grow and thrive, reaching even more young women and providing them with the platform to express their voices, share their stories, and advocate for change. Next year is going to be better than this year, because next year it will be 2025, and it shall be our 5th edition. I am thrilled to announce that Elle Parle will be expanding its impact. We shall not only be hosting a Women's Open and Live Our Young Women Live, but later this year, the top 10 participants of this very tournament will advance. Thank you. But this year we are going to expand our impact. So later this year, we shall have our top 10 participants from this very tournament to advance to a leadership academy. There is something we are going to start up. It's called Elle Parle Women's Academy, apart from the Elle Parle Women's Open. So it's completely part of Elle Parle, but a different arm. So by establishing this, the academy will provide these outstanding young women with mentorship, career advancement opportunities, and support to further their personal and professional growth. As we conclude this year's edition, let us carry forward the spirit of Sankofa. Let us continue to learn from the past, amplify our voices, and work towards a future where every woman and girl can thrive. Remember, the power of the inner affirming voice lies within each of us. It is our responsibility to use it wisely and courageously. Thank you all for being part of this incredible journey. Together, we are making history and paving a way for the generation. Thank you.
Please clap for my boss. You can do better than that. Please clap for her very, very generously. My contract expires in the next 1 month. So if you don't clap, Seriously, I will not have a job. Please clap for Shakira. Shakira, thank you. Shakira is very warm, very kind, and she has a very, very, very big heart for the girl child. And I want to say thank you for, this is our 4th edition. Shakira has steered this team for 4 years. Please, that's not a mere, it's not something small. So thank you, thank you. And this year when she said we do Sankofa, I allowed, because we are going in history and shaping the what? The future, right? All right, so please, I would like now to take this opportunity, and I told you, our very, very wonderful partners, I am requesting that we use, we be as brief like the team leader. Yes. So may we have a representative for MEMPRO, that is Sarah. Please clap for Sarah as she makes her way here to give our remarks. Please clap for MEMPRO. Where is Sarah Anzoa? That is our president of MEMPRO.
Thank you, Peter. And what better way to stand here with the MEMPRO girls? MEMPRO girls, come and we share this pulpit together. Sarah, Belinda, Mary, who else is it? Please clap for them. Oh, yes, and the bigger MEMPRO girls. Isabella and Mercy. Right. So last year, when we supported Sarah to be a part of the Elle Parle, she came as a participant for the public speaking competition. And she emerged the best. You people, the best. And this year, we were notified that she's going to be an adjudicator. That is progress, right? And that is what we believe in as MEMPRO. The inner voice lies in each one of us. And you have every permission to utilize that voice powerfully in whatever way, through debate, through public speaking, through policy, and all the other things that lie before you, the future that we have and the now. So for MEMPRO, we believe in voice. We believe in the agency of every girl and every woman. We believe in providing the platform, the resources, us, so that we create a better society for myself, for the girls, and for the women. And so we are delighted every time Shakira came to our office to say, we have this. It was a delight for us to be a part of this beautiful creation. And so we thank with Elle Parle, really. We thank every partner who has believed in this vision to make this possible. So we thank you so much. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Yeah, so thank you very much, MEMPRO and the MEMPRO girls here and all the partners, really. Action Aid, Vijana Co, the Debate Society of Uganda. You're doing an amazing job, and the future is as bright as you have seen it this afternoon. Yeah? Yeah, so have a good, let's look forward to the crowning of the prizes. And all of us are winners, no tears. Yeah, all of us are winners. So thank you very much. Yeah.
We can do better than that. We can do better than that. Thank you very much, MEMPRO. Thank you very much. We now believe that the future is bright indeed. I will now take this opportunity to invite Annette. Please clap for Annette. Annette is the reason why we are live streaming. If you don't clap for her, the network might go off.
That's not true. All protocol observed. Good afternoon. My name is Annette Namgosa. I'm the program manager at Vijana Co. We are a youth empowerment organization that utilizes media, technology, and social innovations. And today, we are utilizing those same tools to amplify our voices. We are thrilled as Vijana Co to be part of this because the theme and the vision of Elle Parle resonates with what we do as an organization. So we amplify voices and actions of young people. And I am so delighted to be in this room with all the powerful voices of the young women in here. As mentioned to the team is all men. Unfortunately, I'm the only woman here. But I was mentioning to them that this is a powerful group of young women. our participants, please do not stop here. Go back, reflect upon this journey that you have undertaken, and take it further than that to be the, the Mercy Mundurus of this world. Yeah? To be able to take your voices into places of policy making, to be able to be in those platforms, because this is a very important platform. But beyond that, we should be able to take our voices further. So we are delighted and we recommit to be part even of other, tournaments to come, because we want to be able to journey with the young women and be able to make an impact in our community. So thank you so much for inviting us. To Shakira, thank you for sending all those emails and being able to prompt us to do this. So thank you so much. And congratulations to the winners. Congratulations to all of us. We are all winners, like Sarah said. Thank you.
They mentioned recommitment and people are not clapping. You don't want live stream, eh? Ugandans with not liking nice things. Eh? Some of you are appearing on your screens for the first time in your life. Eh? And you're not clapping when Annette says, we recommit. We recommit. Eh? We recommit next year, we'll be back. Annette, thank you very much. I look forward to coming to your offices. If you'd like me to serve tea during your break time, I will. I also do other bits of work. I can deliver letters that you want delivered, just to ensure that that commitment comes to life. Thank you very much. I will now take this opportunity to invite our last partner. Please, these are the people who have ensured that we have a good, conducive environment. All these people that I have spoken. But on this other bit is the technical wing. So please welcome Blair from the Debate Society Uganda.
Thank you so much, Peter. A good evening to us all. Firstly, I want to thank everyone that's been able to make it here today on a Sunday. As Debate Society Uganda, it's the first time we've held a special, activity on a Sunday, and one of our fears were that people may actually just not show up. So you have shocked us very positively, and we're very proud that you're here today. My name is Blair Ntambi. I do partnerships at Debate Society Uganda, and for me, the Women's Open is one of those partnerships that once started very unofficially, and then we've officialized things 2 years ago, and we've been very proud of to see that we've been journaling with Elle Parle to date. We are so proud of our team from Elle Parle, but especially the participants who have been part of this tournament. When we were doing an audit for the partnerships this year, one of the components that we look at is where our people end up. If we're participating in our activities, how do we track you? So we're doing a kind of tracking of our people. We noticed there were so many, but we also noticed that they're doing so many amazing things. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to put your hands together. For one, that if you're here, you're going to be a very big person. You're going to do many big things when you step out, but also for the fact that you have decided to take the right path by being part of Elle Parle. Please put your hands together, clap for yourselves. So the reason as to why I insisted that you clap for yourselves is because this is a very unique opportunity. There are very few opportunities in the country that challenge you to speak up, to build your confidence. And from where you come from, I'm sure many of you can even shy away from a classroom presentation. Many of you could be shying away from a work meeting where you're the one who is supposed to be presenting the PowerPoint presentation or whatever. But this challenges you because you're on the spot. You are alone. You're here. You're on your own. You have to speak. You have 7 minutes. You can either take one and run away. You can do anything. But for us as Debate Society Uganda, one of the things that we set out to do is, number one, make sure that we build confidence of our participants. And that's one of the things that we try to get into each year ready to do. The other is critical thinking. The other is leadership through public speaking. Why these things are very important to us is because we have a challenge, we have a gap in the country where leadership does not translate into critical thinking, where the things that the leaders are doing do not really resonate with the whole definition of what leadership should be. And we believe that that gap has to be, sorted from within. I believe that these kind of platforms, when we come together and partner with initiatives like ActionAid, with initiatives like Vijana Corps, and the many partners that have already supported, we believe that then we can do much, much better. So if I tell you a little bit about our mapping, I was looking at Bella. I hope these guys know you by now. You could just wave to them again. Bella is one of the people that ideated the concept of Debate Society Uganda. And when we're mapping how much good she's done in the country and how much, we've achieved through what she has done, how many people you've impacted and lives that have changed, because you decided that debate needs to have a platform, then we believe that we're actually running a very good cause. So when we decided that we should always mobilize adjudicators for this kind of activity, it's because we know there is tangible benefit. So if you've adjudicated here today, please just be so proud of yourself. And trust me, there are many people in this room that I just see, and then so many people below them, their lives have been changed. Ashraf at the back, he's accidentally standing, which is a very good thing. So I hope these guys can see you. Ashraf is one of our leaders at Open Space Center, which is one of our very first platforms for university debating in this country. So when you see a person like Ashraf, trust me, there are so many lives beneath him that have been touched. Emma there, from Writing Our World. Emma, you could also wave to us. There are millions of young people at secondary school level that may know Writing Our World, and they know this platform that allows them to speak their truth. They may not know Emma, of course, but they will know that debate changed their lives if they can stand and, make their case. So that is what we believe in, and that's what we stand for as Debate Society Uganda. So I want to thank you so much once again for making time. I want to thank all the partners. I want to pray that we don't let the candle die or burn out. Let's keep it, bright and lighting. Let's keep supporting this activity, Elle Parle. I know Shakira talked about the academy, but that also will definitely need a lot of hands to support it. I think if the cause is good, the money is justified. So let's keep giving. Thank you so much. Back to you, Peter.
Please clap for Blair. Thank you, Debate Society Uganda, for ensuring that we speak the English, but with some flavor. Thank you very much. Somebody has understood it. Everyone can speak, but sometimes we want that flavor. It now gives me so much pleasure and honor to invite a good friend of mine, a mentor, my big sister, somebody I looked up to when I was in high school. She doesn't like that, but I keep telling her that she has not changed. She most recently invited me for an event, and honorably, she said very nice things about me. So today I'm extending the same kind of gesture. Miss Isabella Akiteng, who is a mentor to us, a friend to all of us, who is our keynote speaker this afternoon. Please clap for Isabella.
Thank you very much, Peter, and good evening to you all. First, people, good evening. It is really not my fault that Peter has brought me to do a keynote at, what hour is this? 5:20 p.m. So we are all in this struggle together. Okay? So let's all have a positive attitude, because I also would have wanted to do this keynote early on and not at a point where everyone is trying to figure out if they'll be home before the sunset. So, I was also given 20 minutes to do this keynote. I am going to do my best to do it in under 20 minutes. But because I prepared it as a 20-minute speech, it might be complicated. But I am going to do my best. Before I start, I would like to just say that my speech is dedicated to everyone that people call my debate babies. Those are the people that I directly trained in debate. Peter says that I've known him for a long time. Peter was my debate baby that I met in S1. Yeah. So I met Peter in S1, and I think Blair was also in S1. Yeah. And I think Peter, the Blair-Peter cohort was the last cohort of debaters that I trained. And so this speech is dedicated to them, but it's especially dedicated to a debate baby who recognized me today when I walked into the hotel. He wasn't part of this tournament, but he was at the reception of this hotel. He works here. And when I walked in, he said, "Oh, Isabella, you've come for debate." And I was like, wow. And he said, "So yeah, I work here. Your event is on the top floor." And so he may not be in this room, but this speech is especially dedicated to him. I would also like, in a very special way, before I delve into the matter, to salute people who do programs in this room. I develop programs for institutions. Program managers are builders. Half the time we are buried into all the organization's work. We don't even have time to look normal. And so I don't think it's a coincidence that for all the partners in the room, it's the program managers who are representing those organizations today. So to Sarah from MEMPRO, to Mercy from Action Aid, to Blair, yeah, that fundraising thing is a programming thing, to Annette, because you look for money and squeeze it from rocks that don't have anything. To Annette from Vijana, it's Vijana Core. If the executive director of Vijana was here, he would be under that table, because he's very particular about how the name of that institution is pronounced. It's not COPS, okay? They are not in the business of dead bodies. It's Vijana Core. And I am proud to be associated with each and every one of the institutions in this space. I'm proud to be associated to Action Aid, to MEMPRO, to Vijana, and to Debate Society. And the reason I am especially proud to be associated is because debate is one of those investments which is result-oriented. You can see the product of the investment that you have made. When Blair talks about DSU, I even forgot I was part of the strategy meetings of DSU. When each of you is in this space, you all belong to debate societies in your universities. None of you knows that Ashraf and I were part of the conversations that formed each and every debate society in each and every university in this country. And those are long stories that can only be done under fireside chats, which when Action Aid and MEMPRO and Vijana give us more money, we will be able to have them in the evening. When we don't have one-offs, we can be able to tell these stories. But the reason you have debate societies is because there are students like each and every one of you who believed that the societies would go a long way in strengthening and structuring debate. So thank you very much. But also in a very special way, I salute the teams that made it to the finals. Because everything about today is very special for me as a keynote person. And so, Mercy, your team actually broke. Your team was number 2. But the problem is that it had a man. So where is Team Mercy? Where is Team Mercy Munduru? So anyway, Mercy, your team actually broke. I think Mercy's team was number 2 in terms of score, but was disqualified because of that little detail. So you should have, if that detail was not a detail, you would have been in the finals as Team Mercy Munduru. So that is very personal to me. But also, Team Patricia Munavi is very personal to me because I support the establishment of the Imara Women's Center, which is a sustainability initiative under the Forum for Women in Democracy. So when I do that work, I report directly to Patricia. So when I reached here, I told her, oh, Patricia, you're in the finals. And she said, wow. And I told her, even me, I'm in the finals. So, but also, Team Nabanja is very personal to me because I have been with the Right Honorable Prime Minister twice this week. Yes. And so for me, when they mentioned that she had broken, I was like, wow, I'm supposed to see her next week, God willing. And when I see her, I'll definitely tell her that her team made it to the finals. Yes. So for every team that broke, it's a very personal story. Prima is a personal and very good friend, a fire-spitting feminist. And now I need to get to the speech. So, Sankofa. Sankofa is around the power of inner affirming voice. Now, when you see me stretching, please forgive me. I wrote my notes using glitter pens, so I'm now struggling because of the light. But let me see. Yeah, I think this is better. So, when we talk about the power of inner affirming voice, I wondered what angle to take. And I would like to start this speech through a quote by Audre Lorde, which might or might not make sense. But it made sense when I was writing this speech. And it goes and says that invisibility, which makes us most vulnerable, is that which also is the source of our greatest strength. When we talk about visibility, at times it's the things that we see. And Shakira rightfully talked about Sankofa and the fact that it's a Ghanaian concept about returning to one's roots and to be able to do what is valuable and necessary if we are to move forward. The concept of Sankofa by default suggests that at times in our pursuit for greatness, there are things that we might leave behind. There are things that we might not pay attention to. And yet if we just went back a little bit, we would be able to get the invaluable and necessary information to be able to move forward. Shakira also mentioned that Sankofa is usually associated with a proverb, with a Ghanaian proverb that says that it is not wrong to go back for that which you have forgotten. And you might have forgotten this physically, but it might also be something that you have forgotten and it's tucked into a certain part of your brain that your brain might have chosen to forget because of issues of trauma. And that is why going back is very important. One of the things that Sankofa emphasizes is the importance of self-reflection if you're going back. It's the importance of resonating with one's heritage and experiences. It's the importance of getting lessons from the past for personal growth and resilience. Sankofa also emphasizes aspects of healing and forgiveness, which some of us do not think are key in the work that we do. We think forgiveness is for the weak, but going back to the things that are valuable means that you're healing and that you're forgiving. Going back also means that you're affirming yourself and that you are deliberately investing in growth. One of the things that I would like us to look at when we are looking at this keynote, which I really would have loved to do in the morning, is some of the common statements that come our way. One of the common statements in I think from last year to this year is a statement that has come up when we have conversations around cyberbullying. Okay? And one of those statements is that the online is an extension of the physical. What we see, what is up here? Oh, okay, me. What you see on the online is actually the abuse that we see on the virtual spaces is an extension of it's a manifestation of the abuse that we see and witness in the physical. The other common statement that we have interacted with is one on feminism for those of us who identify as feminist. And that is a statement that says that the personal is political. When we look at the analogy of the iceberg, which is something that people always talk about, the analogy of the iceberg talks about the greatest strength of the iceberg not being the tip that you see, but the bottom that holds the biggest aspect of the glacier. When you look at the analogy of the duck and the swan, It looks and appreciates the elegance of the swan on the surface as it swims. And yet, if you looked below the surface, there would be a lot of paddling rigorously at the bottom. What all these analogies basically extends to us is that the bigger picture always starts from an inside invisible place. And if we were to go back to the quote by Audre Lorde that talked about our visibility being our visibility being something that makes us most vulnerable, but also being the aspect of our greatest strengths. These analogies basically tell us that the greatest work in anything that we do is the invisible work. And that invisible work needs to be visibilized in all that we do if we are to truly manifest in our strength. The other aspect that I would like to talk about today is an aspect around us being aware, especially if we are looking at Sankofa, we are going back to the inner part of our stories, we are going back to our history, we are going back to the foundations, is the fact that every day when we wake up, poets and historians have told us that when we wake up to perform. All of us wake up to perform on this stage called Earth. Okay, some of us are major actors, as others are minors, others are assists. Some of us don't even make it onto this stage, you know. But the thing is that we wake up to perform. And when we wake up to perform, our heritage influences our performances. Our relationships influence our performances. Our unresolved traumas influence our performances. They also influence our growth, okay? And so, when we talk about Sankofa, we need to contextualize Sankofa beyond reflections around the individual. We need to contextualize it in a manner that tells us that when we look at ourselves as human beings, as an individual, your individual narrative is a subset of your family context. Are we together? So as an individual, Sankofa is what are your values? What are your principles? Okay? But away from yourself, you belong to a family. When you come to your family is a subset, for example, of the community and clan. So when the community and clan are talking about Sankofa, they are reflecting on what the values are of the families in the clan. Your clan is a small unit within a district or a tribe. So what does Sankofa look like for your tribe? It means revisiting the history, the healing, the forgiveness, the culture, the learnings at individual family levels. If we're talking about tribes, it's not just a tribe. When a tribe begins to reflect, it reflects through the lens of family. But tribes do not end in themselves. Tribes exist within regions. So when regions begin to reflect on Sankofa, they have to go back to the detail of the tribe. But your region also in a country is not an end. Your little tribe, your little district exists within a context called Uganda. So when Uganda is called to acknowledge Sankofa, what does Sankofa look like for Uganda? Sankofa looks like, what is the regional perspective? What does our culture look like? What are the experiences of our individual family units? And at the end of the day, what are the stories of the different individuals therein? Okay? And even in Uganda, it's not an end in itself, because then we'll bring in the East African question. Then we will bring in capitalism. Then we will bring in all of these things. So Sankofa is bigger than you reflecting on yourself as an individual. It's bigger than your story as Isabella. It's bigger than your story as Blair. It's big because of the contextual aspects to it. When we talk about Sankofa and we talk about reflections, we must do this for ourselves, yes, for our families, yes, but more importantly, for what we call global crisis today. Sankofa makes so much sense within the context of global crisis. When we talk about capitalism, as a people, have we been able to go back and reflect on on how far we have come in regard to capitalism? Have we been able to say what have been our experiences around capitalism? Have we been able to use that same that same measuring stick to question issues like sexism? We cannot just talk about sexism without reflecting on it. Where did it come from? We need to apply Sankofa to patriarchy. We need to apply it to ageism. We need to apply it to local politics. We have an election in 2026. Can we go back and reflect? What have the last elections been like? We shouldn't be shocked. So we shouldn't be shocked when someone says people are going to be arrested in 2026. You cannot say, oh my God, how? We shouldn't be shocked when people say the internet will be shut down. Why? Because we have reflected. We cannot be the people who do not reflect. Sankofa is more than a reflection of just you and your values. It's a reflection that recognizes that we exist in an ecosystem and in different contexts. We must be able to apply the principle and context, the concept of Sankofa to corruption in Uganda. We cannot be shocked at what is happening in parliament. We saw it coming. If you didn't see it coming, then you haven't Sankofa'd enough. We together. We need to be able to apply it to the sustainability of Elle Parle and say that Elle Parle, we are making 5 years next year. Is our story one of suffering, that every year Elle Parle suffers? Or have we grown? Is it growth? Is there a better next year? We must be able to apply the principles of Sankofa to each and everything. Same with climate change that we've discussed today. That you cannot just say, oh my God, it's getting warmer. No, it's not just getting warmer. There's a history to this warmth. There are experiences to this warmth. There are experiences to a lot of the recommendations that we are making. And so we don't exist in silos. Okay? And so for all the things that we've mentioned, Sankofa demands that we reflect on them. It demands that we learn from them. It demands that we question so that we are able to move on. Okay? And yes, yes, oh, the book is falling again. And while we look at all of that, in case you're still wondering, even after my explanation on context, why it's important that we are applying Sankofa to these different aspects, it is important that we continue to remember that whereas we act locally, okay, some of us are very content with being local, okay? Like, no, not in a this way, you get. Like in a situation where I went to primary school in Kampala, secondary school in Mengo Secondary, which is in Kampala. I went to Makerere, which is in Kampala. Now I work in a certain office, which is in the CBD. I have now gotten married. We rent somewhere in Mengo. That is acting very locally, okay? And the thing is that for sustainable development to happen, and conversations like climate change around sustainability, for sustainable development to happen, it is okay for you to be local like that, okay? But within the context of acting locally, we must think globally and be able to make connections and know that this is not a problem that is just limited to us, but it's a problem that goes across the spectrum. And now I have 5 minutes left. But I will go on and say that today's keynote is really a call for us to go back and reflect irrespective of our global positioning and context. There is a basement to every problem that we face. There is a basement to gender inequality. There is a basement to every problem. And Sankofa demands that we go back and interrogate these basements. Because in these basements, we will be able to explain inequality that we talk about. We will be able to explain abuse. We will be able to explain global crises in the way that they are if we just went back and explained. At individual level, if you're doing Sankofa, one of the things that I would encourage for you to do is that you do the very important individual work of looking into yourself. Because you might be saying, these global problems are big, I'm not going to get into elections. But as an individual, there is important work that you can do in trying to understand who you are. As an individual also, if you know you're dealing with childhood traumas, because traumas are real, Sankofa means that you're facing your demons. Go and get therapy. Mental health is real. Even in the national census, they asked if you have suicidal thoughts. It is a real thing. Go and get therapy. Talk to people. But also understand your trauma and understand where it came from. And very importantly, I work with a community of young people that I mentor. And we are reading The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And right now we are deeply discussing building of character ethic versus personality ethic. Invest in building a character that can stand the test of time as an individual. For institutions, part of the ways that we work around going back and questioning Sankofa is through doing things like internal and external audits, through doing system overhauls, through doing reviews, through learning. That is all part of Sankofa, going back to the basement. And for countries, we do this through national dialogue processes, through truth-telling sessions, and all of these are very important. For us to be able to embrace the spirit of Sankofa, it means challenging power. It means questioning decisions of power. It means questioning how resources are allocated, because that is the only way we will be able to heal. That is the only way we will be able to learn. Only by doing this can we go back to the true spirit of Sankofa. And as I conclude, the power of affirming ourselves, whether at national, regional, local level, always starts with the inner voice. And so, if you're wondering how to do it, may you reflect today on Rosa Parks. May you reflect on Winnie Mandela. May you reflect on Specioza Kazibwe, Rhoda Kalema, Wangai Maathai. May you reflect on these women who, with their voices, were able to challenge the status quo and deeply understand the global crisis by looking back at how it had emerged. Once again, a very big thank you to Mempro, to Vijana Co, and to Action Aid. I hope that you will partner with Elle Parle next year. All of you are here. I hope that you can commit to a long-term partnership with Elle Parle so that we can be able to sustain this. Thank you very much.
You can do better than that. Please clap for the one who is not clapping. No, the person who is not clapping is not thinking global. They have been born in Kawempe. They studied at Kawempe Muslim. If you went to Kawempe Muslim, please, I apologize. Their girlfriend is at Kawempe Muslim. Their neighborhood is Kawempe Muslim. They want to run for area MP of Kawempe. Their PO box address reads Kawempe. Thank you very much, Isabella, for a very insightful and very timely speech that you've given us. Your keynote address has truly been remarkable. I would like to challenge us. What are your principles? What are your values as a person? What are your values for your clan? If you have a clan here that you represent, there are people who identify, so they have stopped representing their clans. Then I've already talked about people who don't think global. They have asked us how are we thinking in shaping global conversations. They have also tasked us that if we need to make any differences, the reflections begin with us. Don't go outside and then think you have started the reflections. Start with yourself. Another interesting question that has been posed to us is that everybody here has a performance. So what are you? Are you an assistant? Are you a major? And how are you using that title that God has given you? Are you assisting other people? If you're a major, are you elevating other people? And lastly, very, very importantly, something that has stood out for me is that the greatest work in us is the invisible work. Very, very serious statement right there. if you're to forget everything that Bella has said, the greatest work is the what? The invisible work. But the question is, this needs to do what? Be visible. So what are you doing about that? Thank you very, very much, Bella, for that. I think it's very timely. Please clap for Bella. I'm going to think very global. Very global. Yes, I'm going to think very global. It now gives me so much people who have been Vijana Core. Vijana Core. Somewhere. So Vijana Core, we had a very, very nice portrait. These people have been seeing me since morning. As I welcome our guest of honor, I would like that displayed. Please welcome with me, Mercy Munduru, Grace. You can do better than that. I was told Mercy travels a lot. So when we extended our invitation and she said she would be here, I told Shakira the tournament is done. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You know, when they say guest of honor, I just, and being a Sunday, it reminds me of going to local churches to do fundraising, and you come as a guest of honor. I wanted to tell Shakira, can you call it something else? Can you give me another title apart from guest of honor? But I guess it comes with age and also where we are. Our tournament director and everybody at Elle Parle, our esteemed judges, our very wonderful team of debaters, our partners who are here in the room, Vijana Core, DSU, Mempro, ActionAid, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Yeah, my name is Mercy Grace Munduru. I work with ActionAid International Uganda as the head of programs and fundraising. And in that role, I support our work here in the country, but also in the other areas where ActionAid works. I will just say a little bit about ActionAid because I know there is a wide range of people here. I don't take for granted that you may not know, but also that the opportunities for collaboration and partnership. So ActionAid is part of a bigger federation of 47 countries around the world, and ActionAid Uganda is an affiliate of that. In Uganda, we have a physical presence in 15 districts around the country, but a programming presence in 32 districts. I think by end of this month, we will be in about 45 districts and now in all the regions in Uganda. We work across 3 priority areas. One of them is on people-led climate justice and humanitarian crisis. We also work on women and youth participation, and we work on advancing accountability. And so those are the 3 pillars on which we work. All of our work is centered around there, and allow me invite my colleagues from ActionAid to stand so you can see them. That's my boss, Ivan Paji. Ivan is the reason we are here today. I saw Frank. Yeah, Frank is over there. Ivan is the coordinator of the Strategic Partnership Agreement, which is the program that supports this work with Elle Parle and other young people organizations. Frank works with our communication department, and he does work on our digital space. I don't take for granted that you're here today to support this work physically. You could have stayed home and known that this will happen anyway, but you're here, so I thank you. I also bring you greetings from our country director. He was in the event for last year when I was on maternity leave, but he was the one that gave me feedback about how that went. And so when I presented to him that we had an opportunity to support Elle Parle this year, he just said yes without hesitation because he was here. He has traveled to Ghana, so yesterday he sent an email to say that now you're the acting country director until I am back. And that threw me off balance. But so I bring greetings, and I'm very careful the things I'm going to say here. I just want to first of all say that what a time to be alive. What a time to be present. What a time to listen to timely conversations, important conversations, where we're saying the right things at the right time by the right people. Last week we were having the climate justice, the climate week of action, together with partners in this room. We were discussing issues around climate justice. And when I sat here and listened to the debate, it reminded me, it actually got me very emotional, because we were discussing the right issues at the right time, in the right space, and offering the right solutions. Regardless of which side the debate was, we were having real conversations. This is not just about a debate. These are real issues that affect us. These are real issues whose impact we feel. Whether it's the feminism we spoke about, whether it is climate justice, believe me, where we are headed, these issues don't care who you are. They don't care whether you care about them. When the floods come, they sweep all of us. I come from West Nile. We're unable to use Karuma Bridge right now. It doesn't care whether you're an MP or you're a minister, you have to find an alternative route to Kampala. When the River Nile bursts its bounds, it doesn't care whether the president was going to West Nile. You have to find an alternative. So the issues we're talking about are issues that affect all of us. It doesn't matter who you are, what status you are. And so for me, I say what a time to be here, because we're speaking issues that are actually happening. We are discussing solutions that the world should be listening to. And I love that it is led by young people, especially young women. It makes me really proud. So well done to Elle Parle for organizing this and centering it on important conversations. And just to say that I am proud is an understatement, because Uganda has a deficit for quality debate. What we're doing here today is an attempt to pour water on a thirsty throat. Our governance system is in desperate need of quality debate, like what we witnessed here today. Many times when I sit where I sit, because we do a lot of work with governance, I lose hope. When I hear the quality of debate in our parliament, in different spaces, when I see the depth of issues, my heart breaks. But today, I'm reminded that the Uganda I dream about is possible. I am reminded that the Uganda I aspire to live and work in is very possible. And what we're doing today is to prepare for that Uganda. We're preparing a breed of leaders that are going to shape discussions in that Uganda. Because believe me, if we applied depth, if we applied thought, if we applied research to issues that affect us as a country, we would not be where we are today. We would have a completely different country. What these girls have done here today is not just the debate. I believe they took time to research. They took time to practice what they're going to say. Because in between what you are saying, there would be an interruption. And you would see that if you're not prepared, you cannot respond adequately to that interruption. That means they actually took time to conceptualize the issue, because you can cram things. But when a question just comes across the room, you can fail to answer. But seeing these girls respond to those issues in a timely manner and applying depth to the discussions means that they go away from here with knowledge about something as critical as climate justice. Debating something about, having mechanisms to hold the world leaders or the countries that are accountable for the climate crisis we're in today. They're speaking about mechanisms that could actually bring redress to our communities, because as they said, that climate justice is an issue of rights, that the people that least contribute to the crisis pay the heaviest price. So we have to have an accountable system that will enable those communities to access justice. And so what was being discussed here is very relevant to what's happening in the world today. And so I'm very happy that we are part of this conversation. I just want to say that as ActionAid Uganda, we are committed and very deliberate about working with young people. I see how Isabella has clapped. Yes, we are. And Mempro, Vijana, DSU, Elle Parle, we've worked with you before. As such, we support young people's organizations very deliberately. Personally, I didn't like leadership most of my life, but I found myself always in leadership. I began to appreciate leadership simply because you can make decisions. You can determine where money goes. You can determine very many things, which you cannot do when you're not in a position of leadership. I went into the highest position of leadership at ActionAid and other organizations as a very young person. I think I began to lead programs when I was about 28 until now. What that means is that you have an opportunity to be biased about where you want things to go. And being a leader, getting young people to leadership is not the end. What getting a young person into leadership means that you must know you're representing other young people. You're holding that space for other people. But what are you doing with that space? Are you making way for young people-led and centered organizations to have opportunities to advance their work? So supporting Elle Parle, for us, is not about just doing something because we are asked to. It's a value. It is a commitment. It is something we put in a strategic plan as one that will advance. When I am deciding whether or not Ivan's contract will be renewed, he has to demonstrate how many young people's organizations he supported. That is how far it goes, because it's in our strategic plan, and so it is in your KPI. So doing this today and watching Vijana, watching Mempro, and other young people's organizations that we work with bring their strength to a space like this one makes me very proud. And I hope it doesn't stop today. It will go forward. Now, it is important for us to collectively begin to work and prepare for the world before us. Processes like today are present us an opportunity, or it's the beginning of the very many things we can do as young people. I'm happy to learn from Shakira that they're preparing to take this beyond the debate into a leadership academy. I'm very proud of that, because I was just going to say that there are very many products of the debate society. And there are very many women here in this room today who are both role models to me, who inspire me, who are products of this system. And there are very many other young people doing great things to shape our world today. And for us who are in the feminist circles, celebration is one of the things that we do to affirm the work that we do. So allow me ask Anzoa to stand up, Isabella to stand up, Shakira to stand up, Jamila to stand up. Allow me to ask Sarah to stand up. Also, allow me to ask Annette to stand up. I ask these ladies to stand up so that we can clap for them. They are not the only ones. They are representing the teams they are here with. So Shakira is standing on behalf of all the ladies from Elle Parle. Anjoa is a product of this, and she leads a big network of girls. I'm part of those girls because I'm a Mempro girl. Isabella too, Sarah, Annette, thank you ladies for the great work that you are doing to put the building blocks for the next generation of young women who we need to shape discussions in our world today. Thank you very much for all the good work you do. I know that the women who came before us did a lot to pave way for us to be here. I don't take it for granted that my ability to stand here in my capacity as a woman, but also as a leader, is because there's another woman who had to overcome barriers for me to be in this space. Many years ago, we did not have an opportunity as women to be in decision-making spaces, let alone equitably compete. But because of their commitment, their sacrifice, the extra mile they went, we are here today. And I know wherever they are, they look down on us and they can see the result of their hard work and their commitment for us to be here. I also want to thank the young people in general, especially the young men in this room. Thank you for being partners in this movement. As young people collectively, you are a threatened group of people. You are threatened because you are looked at or perceived very differently. The value attached to young people can sometimes be very discouraging. They look at young people as criminals or as people that do not add value. And as young people, you find yourselves sometimes spending more time discussing who are girls, who are boys, instead of thinking about the collective threat you face as a demographic, that the world would like to shut you out of very important discussions. But when I see you in this room today, partnering with the young women on this important work, I am hopeful that as young people, when we give voice and agency to one another, you're able to capture the world, which belongs to you anyway, because your number is bigger than any other groups of people, even in our country. I'm not very expectant of the results of the census, but I know whichever way that goes, there will be more young people than any other groups of people in this country. And we should not just look at that as a statistic. We must look at that as an opportunity to unite in voice, in agency, and ensure that we support one another and advance the causes that are very dear to us. I am very grateful for every person that has been a product of this space. And I do pray that we pave way for more people, for more young people to come out of this space and find their way into leadership positions. Many of the things we have to do are going to require us to be brave. The Uganda we're in today is not for the weak-hearted. You have to be brave. You have to be confident. You also have to be fearless, because some of the things you have to do will require you to overcome your own fears, will require you to battle what is inside of you, and allow yourself to bravely confront issues. And I hope that when you're confronted with those moments, that you will remember that why we are here today is for us to be able to tap from within ourselves and pick the courage to stand up to the very issues that confront us every day, whether as Ugandans or as individuals. So I do hope that after this event today, you will think, as a young person, what am I contributing to the collective struggle of making this world better? Each one of us is doing something. Shakira is doing something with Elle Parle, with her team. There are individuals like Jamila who are doing something. DSU is doing something. As individuals who are doing something at family level, in your workspace, in your friendships, in your networks and circles, you're doing something. Every day ask yourself, what am I doing? Sometimes we're tempted to criticize what people are doing. You come into this space and you start to say, oh, Shakira, the other thing was not okay. The certificate had a problem. This and this and this. But you're not thinking about what am I contributing to this struggle. Their names are inked in the legacy of this country because through these efforts, they've blessed somebody. What about you? As I sit here every day, I ask myself, what am I doing for young people? What am I doing for women? What am I doing for children? What am I doing for the most disadvantaged? Whether in my personal capacity or in ActionAid, what am I doing with myself? And I'll just end by saying that jobs come and go. Today I'm in ActionAid, tomorrow I'll have no job. But what they call work is what is within you. That is what lives with you. That is what you take with you at home. That is what you take with you to the bar. That is what you take with you wherever you go. That is work. Nobody can take work away from you. Somebody can take your job, but not work. And work is your values. Work is what you believe in. Those things are things that money cannot buy. Yet, they can bring all the money to your feet. So what is your work? What is that thing that sets your heart on fire? That thing you believe in. That thing that does not need an office. In that even if you didn't have money, you would be able to do it. That thing for which people look for you and say, where is Mercy? Mercy, I have this challenge. Can you talk to me? Can you pray for me? Can you encourage me or something? What is that thing that people identify you for? Beyond the offices, beyond the titles, beyond anything we wear. What is that thing? What is that value within you? I hope you live here when you've answered that question. And if you've not, I hope that in the coming days you're able to answer it honestly with yourself and ask yourself, what work do I do? What is my work? What are those values? What are those things within you? Otherwise, as ActionAid, we're very honored to partner with you, Elle Parle, and I can commit that as long as I'm here in ActionAid, this partnership will continue. I know that sometimes it's tough the funding ecosystem is very difficult. I fundraise for ActionAid, so I can tell you for free. But I don't also want to say with my own mouth that we do not have money, because they say what you say is what happens to you. So if you don't have money, just say you have. Just say it. Hey, you have it. If it's not in your hands, at least it's somewhere. It's sitting with a donor. It will come to you. So I'd never like to say that we don't have money. And I tell my colleagues the same thing, because they will be bringing curses to the organization. Just say you have money, even if it's not in the bank account. So I know that sometimes that money is there, but it hasn't reached us. But despite that, whatever we have in our programming, we will commit it to causes like the one for today. And we look forward to more enriching partnerships. And I wish the teams the best as we hear the results. I need you to know that you've all done a commendable job, especially the team named after me. You are the winners. And all the other teams that were mentioned, you've done an amazing job. You've come so far, and we're very proud of you. And I wish the teams the very best. May the best team win. Thank you.
Please, you can do better than that. Thank you very much, Mercy, for those very, very, very warm remarks. The issues that are being discussed here, they are just not for the boardroom. They are for things that affect us all. So she has implored us to think very critically about the topics that we've had. Thank you very much. I also like the fact that you appreciated and you're embracing our concept of the academy. And I would like now to steal some exams for you that you have been earmarked as one of the facilitators. Please clap for that. She has already accepted. She's very understanding. If we send that email, we will, but only expect a confirmatory note. So you being here, we take it that you saying that again in your speech, we believe that you believe in the academy, and we hope that it is a resource like you rightly said. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. The other thing that I also want to remind you is that you're a very threatened class of people. The guest of honor has told you, because you people speak the truth, you people are very brave, and you people are actually well-read. But she has also asked us to use that for us to make change. Thank you very much for intriguing our minds to that. She has also told us to pave way. How many of us have been leaders in those positions for 10 years? So pave way to the young people. Sarah is here. Sarah is a powerhouse. She came here and did wonders, and she's still tremendously doing that. But also, as you go home, please don't forget that the guest of honor has told us that Uganda is not for the weak-hearted. So if you have a weak heart, you tighten up you tighten up. Please be brave, confront these issues. I have, for the largest part of my life, I have known Mercy very, very famously through X. Yeah, because she keeps telling government, we don't have power in West Nile. I hope God gives me life so that I can be the president and take power to the West Nile. Please clap for that. Thank you, Mercy, for bravely confronting these issues. Even when Umeme blacks out, she says, for us in West Nile, we do not have what? And I believe you don't say it in a bad way. You say it because you would like the region to flourish. Thank you for such a heart. And we hope that we pick these lessons. And finally, there's something that you've said, I think I need to take that as a life lesson, that the greatest work, I always look out the next job, I'm applying to ActionAid, they are going to refuse my application, then, but the greatest work is within you. And the thing you've said is, what are the values you stand for? What do you believe in? I think I need to take that everywhere I go, that if tomorrow I lost my job, I have work within me because I have values. So I hope that you take that equally as a representative of the so many families that are out there, that you have work within you, and what are you using it to flourish? Thank you. Please, a round of applause again for our guest of honor. Thank you for accepting and taking time off. We've now come to the very, the guest of honor has said, may the best team win. We believe we're going to announce the best team. Yes, but before that, I will now invite, we have some awards and recognitions to our different partners, but also to key members who have been. I would like now to invite the team leader at Elle Parle, Shakira, please. Please clap for Shakira. Shakira is coming to. Shakira, you will help us pass on this award together with Isabella. I'm requesting, yes, Alan, please. All right, so I request our guest of honor, please make your way here. And Isabella, we're requesting you. Well, yes. Would like to give these tokens of appreciation. Okay. Yes. So we'll start with the team leader and then Bella later. Yes. So we'd like to thank ActionAid for supporting this year's Women's Open. Please clap for. Just a moment. We have another award. Ivan, I've been told you should also come and receive this on behalf. Please clap for Ivan. Ivan, please accept our small tokens of appreciation. This way. Yes. Yes, she should come. I've been requested, Mercy, that you come and join Ivan to receive your plaque. So please clap. Yes, there too. All right. Please clap for ActionAid. Thank you very much for generously supporting Elle Parle Women's Open 2024. Thank you very much for accepting and supporting the tournament. I request Bella to stay here. We'll now also award our other partners in no particular order. Vijana Core. Bella? Vijana Core. I request Annette. Please clap for Vijana Core. I have been able to live stream for the very first time in my life. We are on TV. Yes, please clap for Annette and the rest of the team. Thank you very much. Extend our appreciation for supporting the tournament. Debate Society Uganda. Thank you very much, Debate Society Uganda, for supporting the Elle Parle women. They would like to exchange gifts. I will now invite, in by no way means least, Mempro. Please clap for Mempro. Sarah, thank you so much. Thank you very, very much for supporting the Women's Open. Mempro is always open 24/9, not even 7. Yeah, 24/9. They ensure that we are here. Okay, so I will now request. It's very interesting. I'll now request. It's going to be a bit of a switch. I request Isabella to award to us our guest of honor. Yes, because she was the guest of honor for this event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for Thank, thank you. Thank, thank you. This is our token for taking time off to accept to be our guest of honor. Thank you very much. Thank you. But I'll now request you, since Bella has awarded you, to extend Bella as our keynote speaker for this year's Women's Open. Thank you very much, Bella, for okay. And before Bella takes leave, since they have also awarded her, I'll invite our team leader. Yes, our team leader, please. Please clap for Shakira. This is for Shakira. Yes, but she's going to award you. I'll read this award. We would like, as Elle Parle, to pass on this token of appreciation to Akiteng Isabella. And I will read, and our team leader will pass this on. With sincere appreciation to Isabella Akiteng for your invaluable contribution, support towards Elle Parle, and amplifying women voices. At Elle Parle, we are immensely appreciative of you. May God bless you. This is from us. Thank you, Bella. Thank you very much, please. Yes. Some of us who are not very photogenic. Please clap for Bella. Thank you very, very much for supporting women. Isabella has been with us since the very first edition of the Elle Parle Women's Edition. Would like now to request... No. We have burdened you enough. Yes. Thank you, Bella. I will now request a representative from Debate Society Uganda to award the following people who have been part of our cup. Please clap for a representative. Yes. I'll begin with the Deputy Chief Adjudicator. Deputy Chief Adjudicator for the debate track. And that is none other than Fresher Diana. All the way from Kenya. Please clap for Fresher. Please clap for Fresher. Thank you very much. She managed to, survive the floods. She kept telling us that she's keeping track of the weather. Yes, so that she can make it to Uganda. Thank you very much, Fresher. Thank you. We'll now award our Chief Adjudicator for the debate track. And that is none other than Michelle Mawanda. I don't know how they are. Please clap for our Chief Adjudicator. I will now invite Annette. Thank you, sir. Very, very much. Thank you. Annette has stepped out. I wanted her to award our public speaking track. Is she here? Oh, Annette, I know you were confirming if the network is still on. I'm still on. Yes, please make your way here. I'm kindly requesting you to award these people. Please clap for our Deputy Chief Adjudicator for the public speaking track. And this was none other than Sarah Anzoa. Please clap for Sarah. Thank you very much, Sarah. And well done to you. And then also, I don't know if she's, yes, she's still here. Oh, she had stepped out. I know she was confirming if we still have 5G in the room. Please welcome with me the chief adjudicator for the public speaking track, and that is none other than Miss Atwine Sabrina. She was our chief adjudicator. She was our chief adjudicator. Please clap for her. Please clap for her. We're coming to the very tail end of our awarding ceremony. Please clap for Sabrina. Sabrina has very instrumental. She came up with, graphics for the teams that broke and a couple of things. Yeah, thank you very much. I will now request, because we've come to the very tail end. And before we do that, before we know who the winner was, because that will be announced by the chief adjudicators, I will now request, beginning with the public speaking track, our CA, may you make your way here? I have no powers to announce who won or who is the top or the best public speaker. Okay, and before she does that, I'll invite Ashraf. Ashraf, who is works with Open Space Uganda. Please clap for Ashraf to make your way here. You will assist in awarding this person who stood out as the best public speaker. In case you missed, we had a final in the morning. I think it was the very first one. So our chief adjudicator will announce the top 3, but then also the one who ranks the highest.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like my deputy to come here with me so that in case anything goes wrong, you stone us together. Thank you, Sarah. So thank you so much. I will announce the results from the public speech finals, and in no particular order. Kidding. This time around we have an order. Yeah, so the person who came in the 3rd position, which makes this person the 2nd runners-up, right, is Chiza Bernadette. Thank you so much, Chiza Bernadette. Stand up, let's see you, and wave to us. Well done, Chiza. And the 2nd person, the 1st runners-up, from the public speech category, Elle Parle 2024, is none other than Namgobe Vicky. Is Namgobe Vicky here? Oh dear. Okay. Let's give it up for Vicky, guys. Thank you so much. And that leaves us with the winner. Let's do drum rolls. Louder ones. That's the first, actually. Yeah. So the winner of Elle Parle. Oh, we are still drumming, guys. Yes. The winner of Elle Parle 2024 public speech is... Guys, who? You don't know, eh? Virunji Prima. Guys, we keep doing it until she reaches here. Virunji Prima was incredible. She won with an average of 80%. That's something very big. Yes, guys, keep going. Yes. Well done, Virunji. She says that when a woman talks, oh, thank you so much. Yeah, so guys, listen, let's all actually keep calm and we let her take her blessing. Congratulations, Prima.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that was it from us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations to... Oh, it's okay. Thank you very much. Yes, you can see how success is sweet. The camera does not want to leave. The camera does not want to leave the best public speaker. Congratulations to, please clap for our chief adjudicators. It's been very tiring, but thank you. And also thank you, Ashraf, for accepting. I will now invite Sarah. Sarah, we are getting to invite to award the best overall speaker. Yes, Sarah from, you know when we keep saying Sarah, so we need to say Sarah Mempro, Sarah Senior, because Sarah is also president. Please clap for Sarah, who is our representative from Mempro. And I have no capacity to do this because there was a chief adjudicator. So I'll invite the chief adjudicator to let us know who was. We had different speakers at this tournament, but there's a person who tops all these speakers. And in no way should we leave this person. So the chief adjudicator. All right, so the chief adjudicator has guided that we'll make an honorary mention of the top 10 speakers, but then also award so the best overall speaker. So
In position 10, we have 2 speakers with an average of 69. We have Nalubiri Daisy Serwanga and Biona Nebye Joan. Congratulations, guys. You did great. In position 9, we have Bernadette Kiza with an average of 70. Guys, please clap for that speakers. In position 6, we have 2 people with an average of 71. In position 6, we have Kahinju Deborah and Namugobe Vicky. Namugobe Vicky has been a top speaker in public speaking and in debate. I think we need to clap for her in absentia. In position 5, we have Christine Nabukenya with 72. In position 3, we have 2 speakers with an average of 73. We have Nakalanzi Melody and Birunji Prima. Prima has also been a top speaker in public speaking and in debate as well. Well done, Prima. In position 2, with an average of 74. No, with an average of 73.6 is Esther Cynthia Apili. Esther did great. She broke second, but was a swing team. That is why she was ineligible to be on the final. But as you can see, she's a very brilliant speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, drum rolls. We need to stand up for this one, for the best speaker. Yes, it's a standing ovation for the best speaker. I know we are tired. Let's try to. The best speaker for the debate speaking track, Elle Parle 2024, with an average of 74.0. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome, from team, should I mention? No. From team Robin and Nabanja, Denise Ayebari. Denise Ayebari.
And awarding that is none other than Sarah from Mempro. Thank you. Thank you very much. This has been, she tops the speakers for this year's Open. It's just that you haven't seen the flash. Okay, now the camera is on. Congratulations. I'll request the chief adjudicator to stay with us here because now we get to the moment of truth. We had a final and they said, may the best team win. But before that, they will have to award the first runners up. There were 4 teams and the CA will announce the first runners up, and awarding the first runners up, I'll request again Miss Isabella Akiteng to come and award the first runners up team that made it on this year's Women's Open. You know Isabella's, please clap for Isabella. Isabella's team was at the final. We're yet to find out if it won. It was at the final. We are yet to find out if it won. Oh, wait. What a very perfect consolation.
The In position 3, the positions were 4 for all of us to share. In position 3 was the team, and these are the second runners-up, was the team that argued opening opposition. Team Prima Babiha, Nachitende Mary, and Namtebi Belinda. Opening opposition, yes, Patricia Babiha. What did I say? Oh, Patricia Babiha. In position 2, and these were the first runners up, we had the team that argued opening government, Prima Kwagala. Team Prima Kwagala had Karunji Mary Sharon and Kahinju Deborah Yeson.
Please clap for these ladies. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bella.
Ladies and gentlemen, in position 1 and the winners of Elle Parle 2024.
The winners of Elle Parle Women's Open 2024 will be awarded by our guest of honor, please. Please clap for our guest of honor. The chief adjudicator is going to announce to us the winners.
The winners of Elle Parle 2024 with a unanimous ballot of 5 was the team that argued. Drum rolls. The winners are opening government. The winners. Team Robina Nabanja, closing government.
Please make your way here quickly.
The team
Please
comprised
clap
of
for
Ayebare Denise and
Right
Prima
Honorable
Birinji.
Nabanja's team. We hope that you can write to the Prime Minister. Please clap for the Prime Minister's team. Okay, and then each of them has a certificate. Well done, well done. Please keep clapping for these ladies. Keep clapping for these ladies. Each of them has a certificate. Wonderful, well done, well done. And each of them gets a medal. Please keep clapping for these ladies. They have done tremendously well. They've done tremendously well. We would like to thank you for bravely participating. And all right. And because yesterday we won FA Cup, I'll tell you that this the guest of honor has but it is okay, we'll reconcile. As the award, please clap for these ladies. They have done really, really, really well. Congratulations. Yes, confirmed. Those are the champions for this year's women's. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, you can have. These are the champions. Elle Parle Women Open 2024. Congratulations. Yes. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, our guest of honor. Thank you very, very much. We've come to the tail end of our program, but I'd like to remind us that the academy is on its way. They read top 10 speakers, and by the powers vested upon me through the team leader, I would like to notify you that if you are among the top 10 speakers, you qualify for the inaugural Elle Parle Women's Leadership Program first cohort that will kickstart in August. And we look forward to reaching out so that you can be part of the training. We hope that you can embrace it. If we write to you and we say we'd like you to be a facilitator, please do not say no. Bella has said yes, that she will be available. Thank you very much. Before we have our tea break, I request Who is the most religious person for the day? Henry. Henry. Okay, Henry. Henry, please come and give us a quick closing prayer, because we began with a word of prayer and we'll end our event with a word of prayer. I would like to say that the participants, judges, please make sure that you see our team leader before you leave. Other than that, I would like to say thank you very much to our partners, Mempro, Visiana Co, Action Aid International, DSU. We can't thank you enough, but thank you very much. To our keynote speaker, we're very, very, very grateful. To our guest of honor, thank you very much. May the Lord, good Lord, bless you. And we wish you safe journey masses. We hope that you can come back next year. Henry, we have tea. We have tea. Please do not leave. Do not leave. And also, you can have a moment to share contact or talk to a colleague.
Good evening, everyone. Since after the whole day, I've also gotten the chance to hold the microphone. Before I pray, I want to say congratulations to the participants. Congratulations to now two-time champion, Ivory, and two-time best speaker. Congratulations to the runners-up for their first win on their first time at the Open. Yeah, so, and congratulations to everybody who did their best at the tournament. Thank you so much, the sponsors, for giving women a voice to be able to voice their opinions and things they are passionate about. Yeah, now we can pray. Lord Father, I want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for the good things that you have done for us. We want to thank you for the success that you have bestowed onto us and onto this day. We thank you for everything good that you have given us today. We thank you for the wins and the milestones. We thank you for ensuring that this day ended a success. We pray that you bless our evening tea, and we pray that you are able to give us journey mercies, protect us and guide us, continue giving us the knowledge, the wisdom and understanding necessary to not only take ourselves forward, but our comrades and our country forward. All in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Henry. Please go with the Lord. Yeah, we wish you all the best, and we would like to see you next year. Thank you very much.